gear of weapons and tools, and then that lets you gather higher tier items to make higher tier weapons and tools, so on and so on. It is a very similar formula to a lot of other survival games, but the big thing that sets V Rising apart is that it does all of this with this really thick vampire twist. So you play as a newly awakened vampire stripped of your power and must venture out into this gothic open world, building up your strength and navigating all sorts of threats like holy warriors, deadly creatures out in the wilderness, vampire hunters, the sun itself is a danger to be avoided, garlic, and should you be into PvP, you can fight other vampire players as well if you pick the proper server. There are mechanics in the game that have you sucking the blood of NPCs, and then depending on the blood type and the quality, you are granted a variety of special buffs. You'll spend a lot of time building up your very own vampire castle, this like large cathedral structure, really cool setting, and then also just venturing out into the wilderness, taking on enemy camps and hunting down bosses that reward you with new skills and abilities and play directly into the primary form of progression. So I've spent the past 3 or so days now playing with some friends. We managed to do and see quite a lot of the game, and I'll be showing some of that to you here today. And a special thanks to Sunlock Studios for not only letting me check out the game, but also allowing me to show some of it to you early before the official release. Very happy about that because I've been looking forward to V Rising since it was announced. I'm a fan of their prior games. I enjoyed playing both of their prior games, and I'm excited about this new twist. They're moving away from just like this PvP focus into a more sprawling open world survival game, like I mentioned, but also in a lot of ways like an RPG. There's a lot of like building up gear and you know, skills and all sorts of stuff. But anyways, let's jump into the game. So the very first task that you have is to pick your server. Now these are broken up into 3 main categories. There are PvE servers, PvP servers, and then also hardcore PvP servers. Now I will touch on some of the specific differences in a little bit, but I'm sure you get the gist here. And then it's on to character creation. You are able to pick the face, hair, features, accessories, and colors of your vampire. Being a top-down game, I'm not overly concerned about this, but it is nice that there are some basic options here, because if nothing else, it makes it so that the vampires don't all look identical at a glance with their different colors, the 2 body types, plus whatever gear they happen to be wearing. Now, what I want to actually do is take you step by step through the first like 60 or so
much battle
minutes,
right in
because I think that really helps to set the expectations of the pacing and the process of how this game plays out. So again, you start off waking up as a new vampire, rising from your coffin, stripped of a majority of your power, but you do still have some skills at your disposal. You've got a melee attack as well as a few vampire abilities. There is the movement skill, Veil of Blood. It's a forward dash that evades, boosts damage, and provides a small heal on your next attack. You've got
It's
Shadow
an 80
Bolt,
server.
magic projectile that damages
I typed that wrong.
and then Blood Right, which blocks incoming attacks, heals, pushes, and damages enemies. And this really sets the stage here for how this game is. I mean, right out the gate,
No, I play 80-man
given all
PvP
the
server,
tools
5-man
to
guilds.
do a pretty decent job in combat. So your very first objective is to collect 30
We have about
bones.
20
Now, this is the
players going
beginning
in
of a very long
to start it
series
off,
of
so I'm just
quests
kinda getting
that is
getting it out
basically
there. I
a
wanna make sure it's an
step-by-step
active
guide
80-man server.
taking you through all of the game's
It could go down to
crafting
60.
and
We're going to
building
see if the server
progression.
can support
So you
it.
leave your
We
crypt
put a lot of
and
money
enter a
into this
small
one, though,
graveyard
so
where you'll
we paid for
encounter
a year,
some
so it's
groups
not
of
going
basic
anywhere.
skeletons. There's melee
just wanna
skeletons
kinda push
and
its
ranged
limits to make sure we're
skeletons.
getting
And
as
you
many
are
people in as we
immediately
can.
introduced to the action combat. You move your character with WASD, and you have to aim your attacks and skills using your mouse based on your character's position.
Battle Right
and the
fan,
position
man, I
of
can't
who you're
wait.
targeting. Now,
This PvP is
oftentimes
gonna be
this
fun.
style of combat is referred to as skill shot combat because it requires skill to aim your shots. And this is functionally the same type of gameplay that was seen in Stunlock Studios' prior titles, Battle Right and Bloodline Champions.
Yep, here we go.
What
He's
I've
talking
really
about it.
enjoyed about their games is that their combat always felt very rewarding, especially when you execute properly. So even just with your introductory Shadow Bolt, dash, melee, and counter skills, you can quickly take out the enemies without much issue. You kill a few skeletons and you'll have the 30 bones that you need for your first quest, which will unlock your first recipe, which is to make a bone sword. So crafting basic items like this can be done on the go. Once you have the ingredients, you just click on the item in your crafting panel and then it starts building. When it finishes, it actually is automatically equipped, bound to your first hotkey, and then you're giving another quest to kill a few enemies with your new weapon. You do that, it then unlocks the recipe for the the bone ring, which helps to boost your magic damage. Now, one thing that you'll probably also notice early on, just in this very first area, is that a lot of the environment can be interacted with. There are things to actually open up, like these tombs that you can loot and grab whatever's inside, but you can also destroy a lot of the environment. The tombstones, the fences, some of this will return resources to you. You can chop down trees, rocks, and plants. A lot of the stuff in the environment, besides like these set in place structures, can either be destroyed, harvested, or just straight up interacted with. So after you craft your bone ring, you are then given the recipe for your very first set of armor. This is the Bone Guard gear. These require, no surprise here, some more bones, but also animal hides, which you won't be able to find in this starter graveyard. To get the hides, you're going to have to kill some living creatures, not the skeletons. You have to kill things like the wolves, some deers, or bears. Now, you will find these out in the woods right after you leave the starting graveyard. And what's cool about this is where you're also actually first introduced to the blood mechanic. When you get an NPC below a certain threshold, you can then drain it of its remaining blood. And this is actually a passive buff system. So depending on the type as well as the quality of the blood of whatever NPC you're sucking it from, you are going to get some sort of a boost as a result. Now,
$1,200.
Oh, fuck you, ads.
$5,000. And this one is
at the beginning, early stage, you're going to find a lot of creatures out in the woods here with fairly low blood quality, but this will change over time with more variety.
Yeah, same, man. So, I mean,
quality,
I think
which gives you really
ever since
buffs.
action
Now,
combat
example,
or skill-based combat's come out, I've never been able to go back to tab targeting.
Blood
So
type, which is nice because it
been waiting for games like these to come out so that we have something new and fresh to
as well
jump
as
into.
Some resistance to the sun, which is a legit.
But I love games that take a base and build like Battle Right, for example, and have really refined a combat system as a dev group, and they carry that on into their next titles.
Some more stuff like
so they're not restarting it.
Trees,
like even this dual wield here, this is a specific character that I have played Battle Right. I noticed a lot of the skills are very similar in mechanic.
The start of your very first castle. And the castle construction and interacting with the castle is a major component of this game. If I were to guess, I would say in total of all the hours that I've played over the past 3 days, probably spend about 50% of my time building or
I'll turn him down just a little bit.
Managing, adding to it, like spending time
We'll go through a few of my favorite videos I've seen so far, just for people that want to gain the knowledge.
Is a big part of V Rising. You be certain of it. Now, your very first step in building the castle is to place down a castle heart. This is essentially the power source, and it is fueled by putting blood into the heart. And then you must expand your borders, construct some walls, put out a coffin, which is your respawn point. You've got a wooden stash for storage. You construct a sawmill, which will be used to refine wood into lumber, which can then be used for other things. You've got your simple workbench.
I mean, that's another reason I think to go private servers, on top of the fact, you know, we can increase that player cap and try to push our servers a little further, and our guild size.
Your power level, you are asked to make,
you know, taking that up to 5 instead of 4 in a set show. Plus, honestly, siege timers on the PvP side, I'm probably going to do like a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, and we'll just take that feedback and try to figure it out. So we do have breaks, and we want to go out and enjoy a movie night, whatever the fuck. You can't have it every day with offline raid systems, or if there's a way to protect that.
And bosses
so we're
aren't
just trying to play around with that
enemies
feature.
for you to fight and get some good loot or whatever. They are actually directly tied into how you progress forward and advance your character. And again, like I said, this is where things really open up. Now, you do have a suggested progression path, but the way you approach it and how quickly you go about it or how much you just explore is really largely up to you. You've got the basis of your castle, and then you can just go out into the world, start exploring, discovering new areas, finding and fighting different bosses, which in turn unlock skills, and kind of do it at your own pace. There are goals and objectives, and you need to get this to make the next thing, and that whole back and forth process. But it's just really cool once you get the basis of your castle, you just start going out and collecting things, and you can just do so naturally in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be human skill. And obviously,
in order to progress your gear and get a
when you're draining a different unit, if you want to be like all whirlwind abilities, you need to find all the gladiator type characters or the whirlwinders, and the more that you do that, the more
as I mentioned, when you're out in the world and going through
you build characters in this game, it can be very diverse to your playstyle. So
there are a
little bit of knowledge, I would say, in there, and understanding how to build that and put it together.
Over 35 from what I could see.
A lot of it's
and
just
finding and killing them unlocks a brand new
to whatever build you
but also
decide
things like new crafting stations, recipes, and just
which I think is my favorite part.
And this is where a lot
you're going to see a lot of unique builds depends, I'd imagine, especially out the gate, as people try to figure out what works and what doesn't.
Once you kill them,
flavor of the month
from one of several magic schools.
And hopefully there's some decent amount of balance, so it's not too bad.
And these consist of
everybody's playing the same damn class once they figure out it works the best.
Movement skills and ultimates, and there's a whole huge.
And you have that group that'll try to counter that class and build whatever the counter is. So, I don't know, I love that stuff. I think it's very fun.
To equip. There are also vampire skills that are separate from like the magic, active, and ultimate and movement skills. Things like the ability to turn into a wolf, which, speaking of which, let's talk about the first boss. The very first boss that we fought was the Alpha Wolf. It was found in the Wolf Den. It had this lunge attack, could summon up some wolf companions, and it was a fairly simple fight. It is the lowest level boss, and as such, it was the simplest fight. And the reward for killing the Alpha Wolf was unlocking wolf form, which lets you turn into a wolf and get some increased movement speed. The second boss we came across was Errol the Stonebreaker. He was found in the copper mines. He had some strong melee attacks, the ability to whirlwind, but also multiple chaos abilities like a shockwave in a single direction, and then occasionally he had this omnidirectional shockwave, which was a little more of a pain to deal with. Killing him rewarded the ability Aftershock, which deals, it's basically his linear shockwave. It deals magic damage in a straight line, and also
really sucks for the delay. A lot of us got up early for this.
There's a lot of bosses in the game, and it feels so rewarding to fight them because you're not just getting like a new piece of gear that you might eventually replace, but you're getting a new ability which you can use at any time, and it's because of that it feels so rewarding. One note about the bosses as well is they do have set spawn locations, but they can also be found randomly roaming the world. Some of the bosses that I killed and got their spells, got their unlocks, were just walking paths out in the wilderness, like they weren't at their spawn location. So it seems like there are a multitude of ways to encounter these bosses, which I think is a pretty neat approach that they've taken.
If you want to know how to reverse a swollen prostate, you must see
Jesus Christ, ads.
Top urologists are called.
Besides coming across bosses, something else that you're going to encounter are these events. For one, there is a day-night cycle. So nighttime makes up, I would say, it's over 50% of the overall playtime. But during daytime, you have to be very careful to make sure that you're staying in the shadows, because after too long exposed to the sun, you just burst into flames and start losing health very, very quickly. Now, as I mentioned, there is gear as well as items out there that can help offset this, but at least in the early experience, dealing with the sun was a serious thing. So the day-night cycle is something to consider. There would be times where we would have a boss that we were considering,
and their targeting's way off. I'm too young for that one.
And they were out wide in the open, and we decided to just do something else, wait till night, and then come back later. I mean, it's hilarious, a serious thing. It's not just brushing off some minuscule damage. Getting caught in the sun is a pretty big deal. There were also other events, like sometimes at night there would be a blood moon. This would increase the blood type that you currently have active by 20%, a nice boost, but also gives a 10% movement speed boost. We found this eruption event where this chaos magic started erupting from the ground, and this happened when we were in a confined location. We were in these caves, and then all of a sudden chaos magic just started exploding everywhere, and it was just crazy. That plus like we came across multiple bosses at once. It was absolutely nuts. These events can really help mix things up here. And then something else that you're going to encounter in the wild,
like that events kind of mixing it up.
This was really cool. They've got a whole mount system. You'll find horses
makes the world feel more real.
They all have their very own stats, so that means you can go around looking for better mounts, and you also have to maintain your mount by feeding them water to make sure they don't vanish. I actually don't know what happens when you don't give them enough water. I'm assuming they just keel over and die, and then maybe you can pick up some animal scraps and bones or something. So besides the open world, besides the progression of fighting bosses and unlocking new skills, and besides that events, another big aspect to this game is that system of blood. And I touched on it, but I want to provide a little more detail. So as I mentioned, there are various blood types in the game, but also various qualities, with the higher qualities unlocking more benefit. So to put it simply, the different blood types are broken up into categories. There are creature, warrior, rogue, and brute as a few examples. And each of those types have multiple tiers of bonuses that they can potentially grant you. So I'll give you the specifics of brute, which is probably one of my favorite blood types. Tier 1 of brute gives you life leech on your primary attack. Tier 2 of Brute increases your primary attack speed as well as boosting your gear level. Tier 3 increases the amount of healing you receive as well as giving self-heal when you land a killing blow. Tier 4 gives
Daylight's something I'm not fully understanding. I see it up here. So you got more hours of night than you do day, which makes a lot of sense. But he seems to be still out in the world during the day.
So as you play and you're encountering and fighting different NPCs,
you will see
all of these different types of blood of varying quality. And the higher the quality, the better the blood and the more tiers you unlock. So for example, maybe you come across an NPC in the world, he's some like warrior looking guy and he's got the brute blood type, but he only has 2% blood quality. You can consume his blood, but you're only going to get a little bit into tier 1 when it comes to unlocking that passive. So all you're going to get is some primary attack life leech. But then later you might come across another NPC that has a blood quality of 70%. And at that point, you're going to get up to tier 3 or tier 4. You're going to have a high percentage of these different values, and it's going to be much, much more rewarding. However, the kicker is that you can't just drink one high quality blood type of one that you like and be set for life, because blood depletes over time. This just naturally happens as you play. Your blood will keep on dropping. But then also you've got abilities like a self-heal, which you might need if you don't have enough healing and you're in a sticky situation, but that is also going to drain some of your reserve blood. So it almost doesn't matter. You've got like these temporary buffs from drinking blood, but they really are only temporary. You cannot hold on to them for very, very long, because no matter what, eventually it's going to deplete and you're going to have to consume the blood of someone else, and you might not find the blood type or a high quality for whatever you want. And so what this ends up meaning is you're always happy to fill your blood pool with something, because at least you can use that for healing, even if it's not your favorite type or a high quality. But when you do find your preferred type of blood at high quality, it's just this super awesome momentary boost in power until you have to replace that blood again. And then another big thing that I want to touch on is PvP. So you don't have to play this game as PvP, and I think that's important to keep in mind. There are multiple types of servers. You can just play on a PvE server, at which point you cannot do damage to any other vampire players. You also yourself will not take damage from other vampire players. On top of that, players cannot attack castles, nor can they take the loot from any corpse bags when a player dies. Now, on the PvP servers, you can
if you're not doing castle sieges, you're missing a big part of the game.
Castle, but you cannot destroy their castles, and you can loot some of the items on their corpse, but you will not be able to take all of the items on their corpse. And then there are the merciless PvP servers, or the hardcore PvP servers. You can damage vampires, you can completely destroy their castles, and you can loot all of the items from a player's corpse bag. So are those multiple tiers, and if you want a PvP, that experience is here. A hardcore survival PvP experience is here. But if you just want to kind of play casual, progressing through PvE, getting better gear, building up your castle, and not worrying about players sieging your castle, you can totally do that. Now, on the PvP side of things, there's some pretty cool things to consider here. For one, it does seem like gear is balanced for PvP, meaning that it doesn't really matter how high your gear score is when it comes to PvP, as much as it does for PvE. However, there are still benefits, of course, because whatever bonuses that you have on your gear is going to come into effect, or any additional skills you have. For example, on the low tier weapons start off with only a basic attack and 1 skill, and then mid tier have 2 skills, and the higher tier have 3 skills. So obviously, if you're fighting someone with low tier weapons and you have high tier weapons, you have the benefit of having those extra skills. But in terms of the damage you deal and receive, it looks like gear is normalized across the board. And castle sieges are something that I haven't dove into a bit myself, but my friends have. And the time that I was making this video, they kept playing and did the castle sieges.
That's the siege
and they
golem.
told me about it, and it sounds really, really cool. So there is raiding on those PvP servers, and specifically on the hardcore or merciless PvP servers.
Knock.
You're able to attack other players' castles, but only within a set time frame, so that people aren't getting offline. You will know that there is a set 6-hour window. It looked, according to us on our server, between the hours of 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. local server time is when castle sieging was open for anyone to do. Now, on the hardcore servers, as we mentioned, you can destroy castles and take their stuff. On the softcore servers, you're restricted to only taking some stuff and not fully destroying their castles. Now, the way raiding works out is like this. It starts off with the team looking to do some raiding, building a summoning stone that then summons up a monster which has this ramp up time that tells everyone on the map that it's on the way to commit a raid to siege a castle. And then after 5 minutes, apparently you can take control of this monster and start breaching the castle. And if you breach the first door, then the whole castle is weakened and anyone can damage any of the surrounding structures' stone walls. And they say that you had 10 minutes to finish the breach before they were able to repair it. So it's a pretty cool system for people who are looking for a more hardcore PvP experience. I feel like going on
that's gonna be seriously fun.
You're basically going to want to be in a full clan of 4 people, because otherwise you're probably just going to get screwed. If nothing else, working with people helps to accelerate the speed at which you can siege people, but also defend against sieges and power up your gear. I like solo playing these kind of games. I don't think I would do it on a hardcore PvP server. It seems like it'd just be way too stressful. And that about does it for this video. I wanted to give you guys a broad overview of a lot of what we've seen in this game over the past few days. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. This is coming out and launching on Steam on May 17th. I gotta say, these first few days I've enjoyed a lot more. I wasn't quite sure what to expect. I knew I would have fun with the combat. I did not realize it was going to be such a in-depth kind of hardcore survival crafting game. I did not quite expect that. I think I knew it, but I didn't expect it to be to the level that it was. And I have to say, I've really enjoyed it. If I wasn't going away for this weekend,
was interesting.
I would probably still be playing this every single day. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to the launch. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next one. Take it easy.
I like Vulcans too.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys? Vulcan here, and today we are breaking ground on a new survival action RPG entering early access very soon. And by soon, I mean May 17th. So this game has been called Valheim Meets Vampires, and from the looks of it, I think this is going to be incredibly fun. So the game is called V Rising, and it's one that I've followed for a very long time. It blends together the classic action RPG formula with base building and an open world.
The only bows in right now is the crossbow.
So this game is being developed by Stunlock Studios, who made other isometric games like Battle Riot and arena games such as Bloodline Champions. So in short, this isn't their first rodeo, and honestly, I'm very excited to see a studio with a track record jump into the ARPG market, because we really know that this genre needs it. It needs it needs a win. It needs a win after everything that we've been through. So back to V Rising. What really is this game? What can you expect from V Rising? Well, it puts players in the role of a freshly awakened vampire, starved after centuries of sleep and looking to hunt down victims for their blood in nearby settlements.
What makes you less happy,
Now,
Jin?
this isn't just a small map you get to run around and explore. This is a huge open world game where you can pillage villages, raid bandit camps, battle supernatural enemies, all while staying out of the sun because, you know, vampires. So V Rising takes place in the world of Vardaran, which is made up of 5 biomes. Now, each one has its
forgot
own
you're a
unique
range fan.
identity. So first up, we have the
The expo looks
Fairgreen
cool, though.
Woods. This is both the largest area and your starting place. Now, this is an untamed wilderness of large trees, overgrowth, rocky terrain, and the woods are also home to a bandit faction that'll be our first human enemy we deal with, but we'll also have to deal with wildlife and other magical creatures that live there. Then we have the Dunley Farmlands. Now, this is the second largest area, and this was home to Dracula's empire before his fall. Now, this area is full of lush farmlands, livestock, humans, and home to the Church of Luminance. Next up is the Cursed Forest. Now, this is the northernmost region and definitely a smaller one, but this area lives up to its name with stories that no intelligent being that's ever entered it has come out alive. They've never been seen again. But it is said that this area is also home to the last surviving Dracula loyalists, which are fanatics worshipping his former reign. Now, this area is also challenging for players and may be home to a world boss or two. And lastly, we have the Silverlight Foothills, where humanity is at its brightest. This area is home to human civilization and large towns are present, but so is silver ore, which is a very toxic substance to vampires that helped stave off Dracula's reach and ultimately ended with his downfall. So you might have realized we didn't touch on one of the areas, Hollowed Mountains. Now, that's either because the developers didn't want to give us a clue about what goes on there to kind of keep that mystery intact, or maybe that means they weren't ready to reveal it because it was still under construction. Honestly, I think it's them wanting for us to discover it for ourselves because there's some really cool stuff in there and they don't want to spoil everything, which I am totally down for because honestly, letting us go out and discover some of those areas is going to be super fun. So as you can see, this is a pretty vibrant world. There's a lot of variety in areas to explore. But traveling around this huge world isn't just about running on your own 2 feet or transforming into a bat and flying. You also have mounts to ride on. So before, mounts were 100% expendable and they felt the same no matter what horse you jumped on, right? If you rode one, you've rode them all. That was basically the mentality. Well, now they went back and they fleshed these out a little bit more to have some sort of randomized qualities to make some better than others. Some mounts will handle better, they'll run faster, they'll turn quicker, and all of these might be more important to you. And to top it off, you can also name your mounts, so obviously form that bond, right? Get emotional with the animal. And then they also come with storage for all the loot that you've gathered. So once again, you can just pack mule them up and then head back to your castle, which we'll talk about
I love
later.
that move.
So we have this huge open world to explore on our mounts, but what is there to actually do in the world? Well, we have a few things. So first I wanted to talk about the apex predators that roam in the world. So these are champions that stand against vampires. That's the way they're described by the developer, but they also have the best blood to harvest, known as V-Blood units. Now, these are the main way to progress. They are powerful blood types that you can absorb and then glean powers from. So for instance, let's say you're battling like a powerful necromancer and you defeat them. Then you suck their blood, right? You take the blood from them. Suddenly, you gain the power to cripple enemies, harness debilitating magic, and become stronger and essentially become a necromancer. Or let's say you slay a bear and you can capture the strength of the bear through their blood. Or you attack a carpenter and then you suck the blood from the carpenter and you gain their expert crafting skills that you can then go back to your castle and craft some very powerful gear or new things that you can add to your home. Blood contains blood memories is what I'm trying to get at. And these are something very powerful and every vampire needs in order to learn a new skill or to improve themselves or an existing skill. And this is where the game really becomes interesting. This is what I really, really like about this. The different blood that you suck will give you different things. And the developers claim that these encounters can happen all over Vardaran. You can track down units using a feature in your castle called the Blood Altar. And like I said, we'll get to castles in a moment, but this altar lets you set goals for yourself, and then from that, the altar will show what type of blood unit you need and where to find it.
No ad, bad ad.
Today we honor the 3rd year of our quest against the legions of Siroth.
But blood doesn't just give you brand new skills, it also lets you enhance your starting skills. So if you want to dive deeper and deeper and deeper into a certain playstyle, you'll have to do some work to get there, but you totally can. If you really like the melee whirlwind style, then you can go find different gladiators or military leaders, take their blood, that way you can enhance those abilities and make them even stronger. And I love this form of freestyle progression to become what you want to become. If you want to be a master crafter, target all of the masters of craft and then learn their secrets. If you want to become a juggernaut in the arena, take out different leaders and gladiators and learn their combat techniques. There are so many different ways to approach this, and I just love how well it ties into the overall vampire theme and how they've kind of packaged everything up together. Now, this blood also helps define your skill set, like I mentioned, but there is one thing that I'm not 100% sure of, and that is, do these blood skills that you learn stack and unlock so that you always have them, or is it limited to a few at a time? So like you have 3 different blood units active, and if you suck the blood of somebody else, you have to choose which blood unit you want to drop and then slot in the new one. I honestly hope it's the former. I hope it's just over time you can unlock a whole bunch of different ones and become this sort of all-powerful creature, but I'm not entirely sure. And scouring the internet didn't really yield me too many results, so we will just have to wait and see how that turns out. So the next thing I want to talk about is combat. So we have a pretty limited look at it so far, but there's still some things to point out. So with this being an
I love the
RPG
jump down like that.
Battle,
It's awesome.
right, you know the combat has to be good. And from the small gameplay clips we've seen so far, it looks like it really does live up to that. So here we get our first look at combat in Fairbane Woods, which looks fast, fluid, and honestly chaotic, which I like. The player is using a crossbow, but we can also get our first glimpse of the UI. We have a health globe in the center with panels on each side housing some different skills. So one looks like it's for like your harvesting skills, like cutting down a tree or mining ore, hence the axe and the pick. While the other looks like they're skills acquired through blood units like we talked about earlier. Now in the upper right hand corner, we have a mini map and a clock to show the hours of the day and when the sun will rise and will set, which is going to be useful because again, we have to stay out of the sunlight. Now, we've seen different kind of snippets of gameplay of when you're in the sunlight. It takes a few seconds for the sun to affect you, and you can be in the shade of a tree in order to avoid the sunlight. So it's not like if the sun is up, you can't go outside. It's just if you're in direct, just unblocked sunlight, you have a few seconds before it starts dealing damage to you. Okay, so back to the skills really quick. So the skills themselves look incredibly varied. You have ice novas, blood magic, shields, whirlwind, throws, fireballs, all kinds of things that you can build around and use. So overall, I do think there's going to be a lot of variety, a lot of different ways to create your vampire, and a lot of different ways to play through this game. But the next thing I want to talk about is base building, because this is going to be a huge, massive, monumental part of V Rising. So if you're not a big base builder person, then you can probably just throw something together really quick and go out and do your thing. But if you're a housing person and you like base building and all of that fun stuff, this is going to be really just right up your alley. So base building, right? The game gives players the ability to build a castle, and then they can also convert humans into loyal thrall servants to help manage your estate. Now you can build these castles anywhere in the world other than unique points of interest. So if you really like the setup of being on top of like a cliff overlooking a waterfall, if you like to be in like a swamp or the cursed forest, you can do all of those things. You can build your castle wherever you want to build it. Now, these castles are closely tied to your progression, and they're built from multiple modules, starting with the castle heart. So the castle heart is your central foundation. Everything ties into this thing. Without the heart, nothing survives. So this heart, just like your body, also runs off of blood. So you need to make sure to keep blood pumping through it in order to access different crafting systems and production stations to help give you more power to then take on greater challenges. Now, these stations function just like your typical workstations in any survival game. You gather the required materials, you place them in the station, and then voila, you have a crafted item or an upgrade. Now, we'll dive a little bit more into crafting a little bit later on, but for now, that's the overall loop, and it's pretty easy to wrap your head around. Now, because the castle is your town hub, this is where you can also store loot. You respawn here if you die. You can invite other players to just hang out and chat, because this is, remember, an online game, right? You're going to have other players that you can play with, whether it's co-op, whether it's getting a big group together to go tackle a world boss. This is an online game. But the thing is, your castle isn't just this like black and white building that you sometimes visit. You can also decorate it to like the nth degree. It is ridiculous. You have an assortment of statues, braziers, a lot of different textures, items, all these like small little knickknacks. You can really make this estate something you're proud of and make it home to you. It's really whatever you want it to be and as detailed as you want it to be. Okay, so earlier I mentioned the human servants, right? The thralls, to help kind of run things for you, right? So I want to talk about a little bit how that process works. So when you're fighting an enemy and you would like to turn them into a servant, you can charm them when their health gets low. Now, once charmed, you have a few decisions you can make. You can keep them in a cell and then feed on them every now and then for their blood. Remember those V blood units we talked about earlier? This is a good way to kind of hang on to the master carpenter, to the military leader, all of those different things. Number two, you can turn them into a thrall to basically do all of your light work. You can have them attack enemies who appear in your castle. You can send them on missions to gather materials like copper ore. Basically, it helps minimize the little stuff that you might not want to do and allow you to just focus on the things that you truly are after. So if you're just after combat and you want to go and take on all of these bosses, you can, and just let everybody else in your castle do everything.
Those horsetails are hilarious.
So between these two, I think I'll be turning most of my captures into servants. If I find a solid human with a blood type that I need often, I'll hang on to them so I can take advantage of that. But otherwise, I really want them to do all the light work for me so I can focus on what I want to focus on. Now, because this is a survival action RPG in an online open world with other players, you will have other players who might try to siege your castle and loot your stuff. Now, I believe I heard that there are PvE servers as well, so if PvP combat isn't your thing, you can always skip out on it, so please keep that in mind. But if you do create a PvP character, you will need to prepare some defenses for your castle to prevent other players from just waltzing in and stealing all your stuff. Now, the developers wanted to calm down players a little bit, right? Because they're like, oh my gosh, Rust, it's going to be crazy.
Damn mad.
As owner of Mint Mobile, I wanted to introduce our new family plan with a beloved member of
No Ryan Reynolds, nope.
This isn't going to be like Rust. You're not going to log off one day and then log back in and all your stuff is destroyed and missing. They state that as long as your castle heart is well fed with blood, your castle walls will be incredibly difficult to break and will require a lot of targeted burst damage to breach each and every wall. Now, if they aren't able to break through all of your layers, then your walls will heal themselves over time and it'll be like they never tried in the first place. They didn't want all the hard work of the players to be easily wiped out, so they made breaching castles incredibly resource and time consuming. Basically, they wanted to make it not worth the effort unless you had something and someone else knew, and they really wanted to get in there, which I like. You know, I think building up a castle and putting your estate together and making something you're proud of and, like, you know, having that, and then suddenly you log in one day and it's just all gone does not sound appealing at all. So I'm glad they, you know, went with this direction where it's more difficult to actually siege a castle than anything else, and might not be worth your time. All right, next thing I want to talk about is crafting, because I promised we would jump back into this to talk about it and how it works in V-Rising. So let's break it down. So to be honest, it's not really anything out of the ordinary. When you first build your castle, you get access to crafting benches. You have a basic set of recipes to craft from, but these are just there to get you started, right? They're purely foundational. Now, the real good stuff comes from discovering new recipes, whether it's from NPCs, finding them out in the world, or taking them from other players' castles. But here's the cool part, right? One of the key things the developers wanted to avoid is the whole catch-up period for new players joining existing games. So let's say, like, after a month of chatting with your friends about the game and they decide to jump in. They want to see what V-Rising's all about. Well, normally you would have to wait on them to find the recipes, catch up, you know, build up their character. That way they can go out and tackle stuff for you, essentially work their way through the crafting progression system. And that really isn't fun. The whole waiting period isn't fun. So in V-Rising, you can share your learned recipes with allies. You can invite someone into your castle and then have them learn all of the crafting stuff that you've acquired so far. That way they can immediately catch up and start working on crafting what they need to in order to go on adventures with you. It's a great compromise to a common issue that we see in games like this. Now, earlier I mentioned that people can break into your castle and, quote, steal your stuff. This is one of those things they can, you know, steal knowledge, right? They can go to your crafting altar and they can learn your crafting recipes. They don't necessarily steal them from you so you no longer have them, but instead they just kind of absorb that knowledge and then move on. So it's not like you're losing out on something, or you're going to log in and your castle got breached and suddenly you can't make a +9 sword anymore. That's not the gameplay loop that they're going after. So the last thing I wanted to talk about are private servers. So because V-Rising is a survival game, you can actually host your very own server. That way you can play co-op, you can play solo, it's really up to you. Now, the public servers are going to be fully online, so you can meet other players out and about, but if that is not your style, you can actually host your own. And I believe they will have PvE and PvP public servers to choose from, so again, this is like one of those things, if you want to be the admin and kind of like, you know, tinker with the server and tinker with the way the game works, this is going to be up your alley. Otherwise, I think the public servers will be just fine. So folks, that wraps this one up. What do you guys think of V-Rising? Does it look like something you'll dive into? Honestly, I've had it on my list for a really long time, and it's still snuck up on me. I couldn't believe, like, oh my gosh, we have early access here in a few days, you know, and I haven't been following it as closely as I do some other games, but anyway, here we are. I mean, we're a few days away from early access, ready to jump in, and I am beyond excited. So thank you all so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more action RPG content. This has been Vulcan, and I will talk to you guys next time.
Haven't watched this one yet.
When it comes to survival games,
and let's check. Anything new on Steam? Since it is 5, I know they're pushing it back or they delayed, but just checking. Not a. Ooh, look at all that hype. Those interested, this is our server post here. Going for an 80-man server with 5-man guilds. 4-hour raid times. And we'll decide on how many days a week. Start off probably each day. Or maybe even start the first day out with no raids just to get people going. Which hopefully is already in base settings, but you don't know. I feel the same around Fractured. Did not have this cult following. It's an impressive following here. It is just blowing up. Everybody wants to know how long. 1 hour, 5 hours. It's hilarious. Looks like they haven't given any other announcement yet. All right, back to videos.
Games, we've been around the world and then some, conquering forts on islands, diving to the depths of the ocean, and even around you, there was a brand new survival game, changing things up, looking to make their mark on 2022. Hey there friends, it's Kodiak here. Welcome to Legacy Gaming. Today, we're bringing you our ultimate preview for Stunlock Studios' brand new multiplayer survival game.
Yeah, the weird part about Fractured is it also has some kind of weird appeal to it. Like the guild got into it and everybody really enjoyed what it has to offer. It's not quite perfect in anything, kind of like you're saying. But it's on to something, and I hope it figures out and rounds that out.
If you haven't heard of V Rising, that's okay. The game hasn't been getting much mainstream attention, but give it time and I have no doubt the team behind the game, Stunlock Studios, will win over the masses. If we break it down into its most simple form, V Rising is a top-down vampire-themed PvEVP survival game. You play as a vampire looking to claim the mantle of New Dracula. Now you might be wondering, what happened to the old Dracula? Well, he was killed and his death caused 7 days and nights of blood to rain down on the land of Verderon, infecting every living creature, human or otherwise. Your job is to gather, pillage, craft, and kill your way to the top, taking out NPCs and players alike until you and your clan, if you decide to join one, become top of the food chain. There's your elevator.
I got tired of the upkeep on our side. Being a heavy knight, wearing plate, it was breaking so fast and just causing me to constantly forge or eating mats.
We were even more intrigued with what the team has been working on behind the scenes.
Doing more farming than PvP, it wasn't fun anymore.
Survival games have been hit or miss when it comes to establishing a memorable world. On one hand, you have Rust, a great game, sure, but in terms of world building, it's kind of a joke. On the other hand, you have a game like Subnautica, which truly innovated the survival genre, introducing players to a whole new level of playing survival games. From everything we know about V Rising, it's pretty clear the developers are pushing hard to make Verderon, the fictional world the game is set in, a memorable place that players want to explore. The idea is simple. Model Verderon after the vampires themselves, cruel and dangerous, yet enticingly beautiful at the same time. As we put together this video ahead of early access launch, we know of 5 zones within the world. Farbane Woods is the southernmost region of the map and the starting zone for all players. The woods are an untamed wilderness of towering trees and ruins, overgrown from centuries of neglect. It's the perfect hideout for bandits and beasts alike, and because of the primitive nature of the creatures living in the woods, it's the perfect place for you to get your first kills and begin your progression within the game. Dunley farmland was once the crown jewel of Dracula's empire, but has since crumbled to dust, taken over by simple farmers and ambitious aristocrats. Here, humble farmers tend fields and grow crops, providing the perfect defenseless buffer between the dark remnants that lurk just at the edge of the foggy unknown.
I would agree with that.
While the farmers of Dunley are largely helpless, often preyed on by the creatures of the night, the local militia and the corrupt Church of Luminance are far from powerless and control these lands with power and purpose. If players manage to make it out of Farbane Woods, the Dunley farmlands will prove to be the next challenge on their quest for vampiric ascension. A point worth mentioning, there's nothing barring you from moving to any zone within the world, but as you explore further away from the starting zone, expect the challenges to ramp up significantly. Now, little is known about the next zone, the Cursed Forest, located furthest northeast. Once as vibrant as Farbane Woods, the Cursed Forest is now home to tortured spirits, half-living corpses, infected wildlife, and even witches, twisted by the darkness that engulfs the region. Players can expect to find a right proper challenge in this area, but if video games have taught us anything in the last 30-ish years, it's that high risk often means high reward. Now, far to the west is the seat of human power in the Silverlight Hills, home of the port city Brighthaven, and the true home of the Church of Luminance. The leaves, grass, and even the fauna are all bathed in the color of a vivid sunset. Silverlight Hills is where the first humans landed in Verduran, an area rich in mineral resources, including veins of silver ore, a material so pure it's toxic to vampires. Although opulent, Silverlight Hills is filled with both wealth as well as desperation. Both rich and poor occupy the city, and while the most wealthy live in tall buildings towering over the city, the slums are filled with those who are just struggling to survive. Outside of Brighthaven, on the highest hills, sits
I wonder how strong the human
of
faction
light,
is and what they
sacred
play
site
a
guarded
role
by
in.
the church's
They all
greatest
vampire
champion,
hunters or what?
Solaris. Don't expect that to be an easy fight. We also know of one additional zone, the Hallowed Mountains, but little has been revealed about this location. It is connected to Farbane Woods, which could indicate a zone players will be able to explore early on, but the small size leads me to believe this is going to be tied into some sort of endgame system. We'll just have to wait and see. The 5 zones make up the continent of Verduran, but of course, with any early access game, the developers are leaving themselves room to expand. I should also point out that as of July 2021, the developers stated that the world was more than 4.5 square kilometers or 1.7 square miles, not small by any stretch. Now, to connect these different regions, the team is actually using a road system, and while that doesn't sound that exciting, it's actually pretty neat. Roads will have unique properties that will dictate some level of gameplay.
Writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help. This sentence is grammatically...
NPCs will actually use the roads to move around the world, and if the wrong groups run into each other, it could lead to a fight, one completely independent of player interaction. Now, that's the beauty of the system. Players are just another layer to how roads work in V Rising. You could stumble across a skirmish at the perfect time, picking off any stragglers and reaping the benefits of the bloodbath. You could also run across bosses that also use the road network. The possibilities are wide open at the moment, and until we go hands-on, it's pretty exciting to speculate about how far the devs could take this system. To make things even more interesting, we have to pivot back to our vampire and our means of transportation. V Rising features a traditional mount system, and this is all about function over form. Mounts will allow players to move across the world and have the added value of storage for players' loot. But there is a twist. Mounts will all spawn with randomized qualities in the world, offering differences in movement speed, rotation, and acceleration. This is going to be a factor in both PvE and PvP, which means investing in that perfect horse is all the more important. How we obtain horses, well, that's not entirely clear, but we definitely need them if we plan to conquer Verduran. If you're worried that running around the world might be a bit slow, well, there may be a faster method. We don't know much, but some teases from the developers lead me to believe we'll be able to transform into bats and quickly navigate the world in some capacity. How exactly this works and what systems and resources tie into it, well, that's not clear quite yet. Because V Rising is a survival game, we didn't want to isolate every little thing into its own section. It's important to talk about the core gameplay experience, as this is easily the most important thing we can discuss, because it's going to inform you, the potential player, if the game is worth checking out. However, there are a few unique systems we did want to highlight. You're no doubt familiar with the idea of a day-night cycle. Hundreds, if not thousands of games utilize this feature, but in V Rising, the time of day has some serious gameplay implications. First up, some basics. And before you ask, I got confirmation of these details directly from the developers. A full day is 1,080 seconds, so 45 seconds an hour on standard settings. Now, nighttime is twice as long as daytime, so 6 minutes of daytime and 12 minutes of nighttime. If you have a private server, you can mess with these settings and have longer days or longer nights, as well as change the ratio of daytime and nighttime from anywhere between Swedish summer and Swedish winter. Now, one aspect of being a vampire is that direct exposure to the sunlight will cause you harm. That means any attempt to raid or pillage in broad daylight is going to be that much more challenging. If you're skilled, you can use the dynamically created shadows, but this is only temporary cover. Through an in-game system, you can increase sunlight resistance, which allows you to soak up more daylight before catching on fire. Where things really start to get interesting are at night, where you, as the player, have a clear advantage over the NPCs that roam the world. Humans won't be able to spot you as easily in the dark, which allows for easier hunting. I should also point out that there are specific creatures that only wander the world at specific times of the day, which may be important as you track and obtain rare abilities or important resources. Now, of course, this all ties right into the game's combat, and it's important I remind you all that Stunlock Studios, the team developing V Rising, is also responsible for Battle Right, a team-based action arena combat game that Livid was a huge fan of. A hallmark of that game was its incredibly snappy combat and controls, and it's a fair bet that the team is going to take their near-perfect combat from Battle Right and pipe it directly into V Rising. Of course, we are talking about a completely different game, so
which means we should definitely see bows and other ranged weapons soon.
Movement and the ability to trigger and aim abilities with the flick of a wrist and the tap of a key will no doubt be present. Confirmed by the developers, players will start with one basic attack, your claws, a movement ability, Veil of Blood, that gives you an iframe, a little movement, and a momentary shadow double that fools PvE mobs until you break.
I did too. I love the snipe class. You could pop out of that stealth and just crit the shit out of somebody.
A channeled counter that blocks damage and causes an explosive knockback when hit.
Get the names. It's been a while. Then the dual axe character, the Viking chick, which reminds me of the dual axes here, and that's absolutely what I'm going.
Part of the combat experience. The ability to identify
and the way the weapons are being carried looks the same.
Which is why nearly every attack in the game is vivid and often over-exaggerated. New abilities are gained through weapons and spells. Weapons can be swapped between freely during combat, and spells are locked during combat. Weapons unlock more abilities as you get higher tiers of them, but eventually you'll have a basic attack and 2 other unique abilities on each weapon on the Q and E. These abilities share a cooldown on all weapons, so if you use your Q on a spear and switch to a sword, you can't use that sword's Q.
Holy shit, I ain't seen spammers in a minute. Fuck out of here.
E. Spells are gained through killing and devouring V-Blood units, basically the bosses and mini-bosses of the open world. You can have 2 different spells and 1 ultimate ability slotted at any time. Abilities are tied to cooldowns, though the team has experimented with mana and other resources in the past, which means they're not entirely off the table as we move through early access. At its core, combat is a means to an end, a way to kill enemies, collect resources, and gain power, but there are other systems that feed directly into the combat that are important to point out. The first is blood. All vampires need blood to survive, which players can obtain by attacking humans, finishing them off with a swift bite. Different enemies have different blood types, which grant the player certain perks. Warrior blood improves physical damage, rogue blood improves movement speed, scholar blood improves magic damage, and worker blood is the safest bet to use while gathering resources. On top of that, the individual humans have higher or lower qualities of blood, so hypothetically, you can have blood buffs of the same type, but one could provide significantly more benefits. This is just a snapshot of how the perk-like system within the game is going to work, and when I asked the developers for some clarity, they said things are much more complicated, but we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out. Blood is one of the key survival resources you'll need to actively manage, because if you let your blood stores fall too low, it'll cause ill effects, and eventually, your death if allowed to fall too low. Now, during the intro, we mentioned the death of Dracula, the torrent of blood that rained from the sky following his death. This actually ties into another blood-related system, V-Blood. That blood rain infected everything, man and beast alike, and as such has imbued incredible powers into NPCs across the continent. V-Blood is a cornerstone of the V-Rising experience and essential for your ascension as a vampire. Defeating enemies that are imbued with V-Blood will unlock that particular blood memory, which is a sort of DNA from past abilities and knowledge that you can leverage as a vampire. When you kill and then feed on a V-Blood unit, you instantly unlock an ability or 2 as well as some kind of recipe. It could be a new way to use a crafting station, the crafting station itself, certain castle structures, etc. This is a parallel system to other progression within the game, such as research desks and studies. At these, you can either use various tiers of paper to unlock random research, or you can find books within the world, often dropped by enemies or found in chests. Now, in order to track V-Blood units, you'll need to build a Blood Altar, a workstation that allows players to set goals and focus in on specific targets that might help them accomplish those goals. The altar provides you with some basic level intel, but doesn't inform the player when or how they should approach a specific target. And as you might expect, being infused with V-Blood makes you an apex predator and challenging obstacle to overcome. Hunting V-Blood
just for a quick statistic, how many of you watching are more interested in PvP or
Or they can be
PvE?
in the depths of a stronghold that takes a
As a
long
server
time
set.
to cut through. V-Blood units are a clear step above their common counterparts, having unique UI indicators like different colored names and unique designs to indicate to players that they're special. What would a survival game be without the crafting, building, and of course overall progression? These things are woven into the very fabric of the genre, and the V-Rising team is really trying to step outside the box to make that experience more enjoyable for the player. First up, your castle. We don't have time for shacks and bungalows.
You playing with a group
real
yet, Guru,
vampire
or are you
needs
planning
a
to go
real
to
base of operations.
official or private?
Players will be able to create a castle or multiple castles if they so choose. Pretty much
For solo
anywhere in
PvP,
the
I do
world,
think that's a
barring
neat
few
server.
unique locations. At the heart of each castle is the blood well,
I
which
don't know how
players can
castle
transfer blood into to
sieges would
power
work.
the
Everybody would be a
entire
golem or
base.
not a
This includes
golem, I
fortifying
guess.
the walls, activating the crafting stations, and ultimately providing you with a safe haven from your enemies. Now, there is a kicker to the blood well. If not kept stocked up with blood, the castle will begin to decay. Crafting stations won't function, walls will begin to crumble, and breaching the stronghold will be that much easier. This is all by design. Players that keep their castles well stocked can create a true foothold on the map, but if someone builds a small base and then decides to stop playing the game, well, now there's a vehicle to clear that castle off the board and give other players a way to score some
Okay,
good
makes sense. I
resources.
feel like it's kind of
a
half
really
thought out.
interesting system that I hope plays out the way I think it will, because while making a Gothic castle sounds awesome, you have to think about the longevity of the game and how all of those pieces tie together in a multiplayer online universe. One of my absolute favorite things about the castle is players' ability to capture and enslave thralls, servants that players twist and convert to their will. The variety and power of the thralls you create will allow them to collect different materials for your team. Workers will be better at collecting mining materials and wood. Soldiers will be better at delving into population centers to grab human refined supplies like cloth, or even into graveyards for rare undead materials. They'll also live at your base when not out on a job and are hostile to unfriendly vampires, so choose carefully which servants you want to enslave to defend your home. The idea of capturing warriors, craftsmen, and anyone you run across in the world has a certain appeal to it, and if those things tie into gameplay systems in a meaningful way, it could prove to be one of the most influential systems within V-Rising. Castles are really at the center of your progression as a player. Crafting also comes into the picture here, and from what we've seen, these automatic crafting stations will keep your vampire empire moving forward. According to the devs, there is a nice variety of crafting stations that players will have access to. There are basic crafting stations, like your workbench and tailoring station to produce weapons and armor, refining stations like looms and lumber mills, specialty stations like alchemy and jewel crafting for potions and magical foci, and production stations like tombs and vermin nests to provide you with things like rats and skeletons to farm the less appealing materials. As long as the blood well is powered, so too will your crafting stations. But this begs the question, what exactly will these stations be pumping out? As far as we know, this is where our raiding, pillaging, and even cooperating comes into play. The idea is to recover forgotten knowledge from the bloodlines of the land, gleaning new recipes from NPCs and players alike. As a quality of life thing, we also know there's a catch-up mechanic that allows groups of players to have access to crafting recipes based on the furthest progressed member in a group, meaning newer players are on a more even footing.
Another thing unique about our server is we will not be having any active admin. I'm the only guy that's going to host it while I'm hosting it, so I'm also not sharing that password, and I'm not even going to know it because I'm going to let it miscellaneously assign and never actually log into that account or use it. Unless there's like that crucial need that's detriment to server performance or something crazy going on.
Quite an extensive look at the game.
The idea is to actually create this and make it like a public, just larger.
The team has revealed that official and
I just wasn't happy with the 40 player cap
on May 17th. That means if you want to purchase or host your own servers, you'll be able to do that. Official servers will run with around 40 concurrent players in the following varieties: PvE with support for 4-player clans, PvP with support for 4-player clans. In this mode, you don't drop bloodbound items on death like weapons and non-cosmetic armor. PvP solo, which is the same as PvP I just mentioned without clans. PvP Duo, which is the same PvP again, but clans can only be 2 members, and PvP Merciless, which supports 4-player clans and is pretty much the hardcore variant of the game. You drop everything upon death, including all equipment, and your castle heart is vulnerable to capture and total destruction. Official servers will have support in North America, Europe, Brazil, South Africa, Japan, Taiwan, and Australia. If you're on a private server, you will have some more options in terms of how you want the game to operate, but the devs say you shouldn't exceed 40 players max, which is the benchmark for perfect optimization. In terms of playing alone or with a group, you can form small clans of up to 4 players, but no more. The devs have said you can expand clans on private servers, but are happy with the smaller team size on official servers. The idea is to make V-Rising a small group game that really focuses on the moment-to-moment gameplay and cohesion of a tight team. It's an exciting change, one that I'm personally excited to see play out. We're used to massive Zergs dominating PvP-based survival games, and V-Rising looks to take a much different approach. At the end of the day, the Stunlock team wants players to experience V-Rising however they want. Some might choose to lean into PvE, others PvP, but they're trying to create avenues for all types of players. And the best news of all, V-Rising drops into early access very soon, on May 17th for Steam and the Epic Game Store, and you can pick it up for around $20.
That's today.
While V-Rising might not have the AAA attention of, say, Elden Ring, we can easily see this being one of the biggest breakout hits of 2022. The team behind the game is smart, hungry, and the concepts presented in V-Rising are intriguing. I, for one, will be diving in on day one with Livid, so if you're interested in checking out the game, I strongly encourage you to join us on Discord. We've got a great community of over 20,000 members with a special section dedicated just for V-Rising, so check out the link below and join today. If you are playing the game and want more V-Rising content in your feeds, do me a solid and hit that thumbs up and consider subscribing. As always, we'll be coming at you with our best series worth your time and wish I knew sooner, so don't miss out when a new video drops. Of course, if you like this series and everything we're doing here on the channel and you want to support us even more, consider becoming a member.
It's an interesting one too. How many of you are diving into the DLCs? Did you notice them? They should post to Steam the moment it goes live, which I think we are still waiting on. But there will be like an early access package, if you will. That will become available hopefully on Steam right away. Dude, 360 messages by the time I can watch that one video. People are just, and there's a freaking cooldown on this too to chat. It's hilarious. Just a long dreaded wait for news. Now there's at least 1,000 players waiting to log in right this second that we're going to be up at launch. And that's just those paying attention. Let's see what he's got to say.
So I've got my essay written, and I've been working on it for about a week. So now I'm going to show you how I use Grammarly to...
V-Rising is nearly here, and I've got the lowdown on absolutely everything you need to know ahead of its launch. What V-Rising is, what to expect, and their plans for early access. So leave a like, make sure you subscribe for the best in survival games news. My name's Jade, let's go. So what is V-Rising? It is set in a gothic world where you are a sleeping vampire. Having awoken after centuries in slumber, you discover that the world has changed and you need to reclaim your power. You'll be doing that by building your own castle, gaining servants, as well as obviously feeding and trying to take on high-level enemies, bosses, and potentially other players. It's got hack and slash gameplay with lots of abilities that you can earn via armor, weapons, as well as special blood, with a rich customization so that you can base build. And you might need to do it very well because there are servers that will offer full PvP. In fact, you can go ahead and base raid other players as well as take all their loot if you encounter them out in the wild. But don't worry, if you're a bit of a Care Bear, there will be PvE servers as well as offline play.
If you're a bit of a Care Bear, I like this guy.
60 different options. On the official servers, they're looking at a 4-player limit.
If you're a bit of a furry.
People can be in a clan or group, and there's going to be a 40-player max on official servers. The game's made by the same people that made Battle Riot, a isometric top-down kind of battle game or arena game. Devs are expecting anywhere between 30 to 60 hours of PvE gameplay, and then even more depending on whether or not you're really into the base building mechanics.
Or if the duo server will also have sieges.
And playing it for longer.
Unique concept too, just 2v2s. Less people to worry about being online.
It will have a WASD skill shot system with no plans for control to support as of yet. So of course at the moment it is a PC Steam only game, but hopefully in the future they may have other plans, but they haven't announced anything yet for other platforms. You can customise your vampire to your heart's content, as there's a whole bunch of options that you can utilise when creating your character. You'll also be able to shapeshift into a bunch of other creatures while actually playing the game, whether it's a bat to fly and get away, or something a little bit more tasty like a bear or a wolf. It's a pretty large map with different zones and different biomes, obviously giving more different resources and maybe harder challenges. At the moment it's 5 distinct zones, but clearly they're going to be adding more in the future. It looks like the Farbane Woods might be like the starter area where you'll be going around mostly, learning the ropes of the game and trying to feed on lots of bandits. Then got various other areas like the Dunley Farmlands, the Silverlight Hills houses a massive city, and then far north looks like that's going to be the endgame content in the Cursed Forest. So there's definitely a little bit of a flow between them and maybe some choke points that you might be able to go ahead and ambush other players in PvP. The world of Ardoran doesn't have just vampires and humans though. It looks like you'll be battling against a whole host of other creatures, including werewolves. Throughout the game you'll find vampire hunters and bandits in certain realms, and a lot of them plus the humans you'll find in villages will be the daily meals that you'll be partaking in. The world is dynamic. You will find enemies fight against each other with plans to add more events in the future. It does look like there is even world destruction in certain places too. The game is going to have the typical vampire tropes. You'll have garlic fields that you might need to avoid, as well as holy places.
I want to kill that paladin looking motherfucker so bad.
It's a full day and night cycle system where certain mobs will give you a chance to get new resources, but you'll have to plan it and time it that you can get them at the right time of day. Venturing out into the daytime is dangerous for you, and so you have to stick to the shadows from trees and ruins and others while you're making sure you're getting across the countryside, or waiting and biding your time to the night time and being a bit more safer. When you harvest blood from any of the villagers or other creatures you come across, you're basically looking for different abilities for them. Certain types of blood are going to give you certain buffs and boons, everything ranging from more damage attack to being able to harvest more resources. And that's the aim of the game, to take down more powerful creatures and bosses to get the best blood. To do that, you'll have to follow blood trails.
Dude had a lot of shit on it.
The enemies, most powerful ones, gaining regents from creatures as well as being able to craft and make your own. There is no skills or level ups in the game. It's all just about the abilities that you get from your weapons as well as the blood. There'll be various different mounts in the game that will offer different abilities and perks. And if all that sounds a bit too much and you want just a nice little chill out at your castle, well, you can go ahead and customize and build it up to your heart's content. Adding new crafting stations, new components. It's split over just one floor though, unless you're lucky enough to find a hill and can get some stairs down to a makeshift basement. And if you're playing on PvP servers, your base could come under attack. Your castle is powered by blood. Your base needs to be kept in a good supply of blood. This is how you can power some of your stations and protect it from other players. It's pretty much an upkeep system that you might have experienced in other games like Rust or maybe Citadel Fortress Fire with a slightly similar kind of aesthetic. To help you run your castle, you can take the humans back as thralls and then decide to either keep them as handy snacks or turn them into your proper servants. Each servant needing a coffin, basically a place to lay their head after you've been doing your bidding. They'll also be able to help work and use some of your crafting benches, and you can even send them out on missions to go and get more resources. In the future, of course, just like many other survival early access games, they'll be adding more biomes, more dungeons, weapons and spell kits, new enemies, decorations, cosmetics for your castle, and of course more crafting recipes. They do have some DLC already lined up for the launch. It's all cosmetic stuff, either meant to give your character a little bit of a bling bling revamp, add some new decorations, 27 different types of gargoyle statue, or maybe even some different wallpapers for your castle. They've even got a shapeshift DLC where you can transform it into a pretty gnarly looking bear and wolf. So that's the marketing spiel done. That's what you can find online on the Steam page, on their actual dev blogs and stuff. What do I actually think about the game? Why am I going to try playing it? I love the idea. I love the lore of a vampire. Great mechanics by the looks of things with the survival element and the fact that you can choose to either play PvP or on your own. I absolutely adored Torchlight, and the latest one, Torchlight 3, had some really kind of crap mechanics of base building. It just wasn't really there enough yet. So this seems to have taken that on board. It's going to give you more freedom to create and craft your own style bases, and if they've got enough to do in PvE terms, then this could be a real great game. Obviously the PvP is exciting as well. Base raiding is always a thrill for me in any survival game, and it definitely mixes it up a little bit with this top-down perspective. Base building will need to be meaningful. I don't want it to be too easy, and of course, like I said, you don't want to be losing everything and being despondent because you've just been raided completely. But I do absolutely love the idea of a full loot system as well, even if the servers where you can't base raid, but you can go ahead and take items from players that you kill out in the wild.
What's your thought on full loot, Guru? I'm hearing that gear takes a pretty large hit to durability in PvP already, so it may only last 4 or 5 times being killed. But obviously dropping your gear completely is going to be a hell for just having to go either one have just ridiculous amounts of backup sets, or maybe something that you gained from PvP in a locker, but also just that constant need to farm.
Functionality to so many of your buildings.
Kind of torn between the two until I understand just how hard it is to upkeep the top tier gear.
There might be room for that to improve in the future, or it might just actually be decent. I'll have to get my hands on it and try.
I'd rather spend more of my time doing PvP, not farming.
So I'll be showcasing this with some of my rat bags over the coming days. So far, my only negatives are that it's not fully supporting control support by the looks of things, and I just can't understand why no game makers today are implementing it straight away. The powers, there's about 5 or 6 keys you're going to be using. I can't see why that can't just be mapped to a controller, so I'm hoping that'll be something that gets worked on in the immediate future. But there we go, that's all the info I could dig up on the game.
Fucking console plebs wanting their controllers in our PC games.
As I said, on the 17th of May, and I'll be showcasing it as much as I can if I enjoy it.
So if this is telling us anything to when things might be going live, if they've talked to the hosting services out there to when to launch this, they delayed it by 2 exact hours, and they may just push that again, who knows, but that's the only indication we've got for time frame, because they're not saying anything in Discord for how long the delay is. Ooh, look at that lounge. How trolly this shit is.
Say
it's 12.
You knew the lead game developer or game designer or something?
I know the I don't know her really, but I've been talking.
Yes, you do. You know her. Don't lie.
My best friend.
It's so famous.
I'm gonna go fix the lights.
Everybody's trying too hard to be funny. Just let her answer the question, jeez.
Go to the lights together so we don't die.
Please, I'm trying. I'm gonna fix the lights and die.
No, wait for me, so we don't die. Okay, there you are. Alright, we're good now.
It's him! It's him! It's him! It's Masashi!
If we stay together, nobody's gonna kill anybody.
He's gonna kill me, man. I know it, man.
No. All right, follow me. Let's let's stay together and do our tasks together. Fuck
I don't trust you. You're bad.
I gotta do something in gas.
He's the bad guy.
Carbs want to kill me 2 games in a row.
He's a bad hombre. I'm calling it now.
You can call my mother for all I care. I'm not bad.
Jesus Christ. But to your questions, Guru, yeah, I had the same idea. So I was telling the guys, they're like, oh, full loot. What if it's like really hard to get 10 gear? I'm like, well, it's kind of also really easy if the guys you were hunting happen to use the same gear sets, because you can just kill them and stack up 3-4 sets, right? So it's a give or take system. Definitely based on your success. Definitely gonna be wanting to run if it's 4-man, 5-man, or whatever the server may host, a very active group around that, right? So I think that's going to be key. If you're going for the full loot PvP, you better have some active friends, because it's going to be one of those things where you can either be the guy that's constantly crafting gear and losing it, or the guys that are stacking it up inside your stronghold. As for making your stronghold so hard that you can't siege it, from what I've been watching, I think it's pretty status quo to that golem. That golem got through in, 3-4 hits? Once it's cracked, you can actually attack the walls, so I don't know if there's any way to refine that or make it stronger. I would hope so with the base materials, but I guess we'll wait and see. What's up, Cable?
What's up, Battle? What you doing?
Just streaming it.
This fucking game, bro.
What's up?
I'm just waiting for this game to launch, man.
You and us, everybody.
Big chillin', man. Big chillin'. Woke up early.
Give me a second. I'm gonna try something.
Because he asked me where the card swipe is when he could have looked at his tasks.
Why does he sound like?
Yo.
How do you look at your task off the map?
Anybody wants a 60, 80-man server PvP? Drop down one.
Sharchi, you're Amber Heard.
Yeah, I didn't know what you said, but I'm just down to not listen to those guys ramble about what.
Yeah, they're playing some other game or some shit, so I'm trying to talk some business.
They're trying too hard to be funny, so I was just like cringe as hell.
Like, I understand playing Among Us while you're waiting, but don't you usually like mute yourself unless you're in a meeting, or you like go into a separate PC because it just takes over the entire fucking chat?
Yeah,
and no one can talk.
Yeah. Desperate for attention, man. It's like
also
whatever.
4 people.
I don't think anyone could really hear you, or a lot of people tuned out, so it's like whatever.
Yeah, it's all good. We have we got like a 20 people signed up so far for a PvP server. We're gonna shoot for 60 to 80. I'm actually starting at 80, and we can always downscale if it feels like the server can't handle it.
Special rule set in mind?
No, there's no admins. Well, I'm an admin obviously, but I'll be the only one with the code, and I'm not passing it out, and I'm not logging in based on it. So we're just gonna go straight vanilla, like if it's a real server, just larger, and we're gonna have 5-man guilds, so a little larger on the guild too. And just see how far we can push it. And only other thing I might edit is our siege timers, depending on how heavy that is. If it's like, we're going to go down to 4 hours already.
It's going to be weird on a 60 to 80 man server, because it's going to be like, well, if you aren't with any of the 5-man people, you might not be able to get in if everyone plays the server consistently. But then again, are you really going to be getting 60, 80 active people on at the same time? Probably not.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to see.
Unless it's like a really important siege timer. But then again, it's a 6-hour window, so.
Well, we shortened it to 4.
Well, yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I get 6-hour window, but like, there's no way you can physically be on for the whole 6 hours to run everything.
That's why we shortened it.
Yeah.
Take all the other servers, right? How many admins you think are just gonna get their self in their clan max everything, and screw over the entire server? This is gonna be bad. Like,
I mean, yeah, the only server that isn't a public server that I'm playing on because I trust the devs and the admins because I know them is V Rising RP. That's it. I know I mod the Valheim version. I know those guys. I trust them. That's the only server I will actually play on.
Yeah, I'm the only one that'll have it, and I stream. So no, if I was to break any laws, people would know it.
He doesn't strike me as a particular like dastardly type of guy, just the way he's presenting himself. So I mean, but
yeah. How many people did we get signed up for this shit, bro?
So far, like I said, it's like 16, 20 to start, but that's why I was like, I'll come in here. There's people here. I want to make sure people get a good start on the server.
Discord link? Question mark.
Yeah.
For our Discord link?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go to scroll down to where is the server sections
you
in
could just
here?
post it.
Yeah, it's posted in the server recruitment. If you see
server
it, it's
recruitment is so large.
Yeah, but it's the 4th one on the list. It's one of the most active. It's the NA Blood for Blood PvP 80-man 5-man guilds.
Can someone open Among Us in the background? It's kind of quiet.
No.
Please, I beg you, flood my VC with random Among Us shit.
And our Discord link's in there too.
Yo, am I let me hop up in the main group, bro.
Yeah, please ignore the fact that I accidentally joined a VC instead of hitting the About Us channel.
Yeah, if you're not full up, man, I'd like to hop in y'all's group. Y'all know what you're doing. So.
Yeah.
I don't know. I understand no admins, and that's a great way to go about it. But it's gonna be an early access game. We're not gonna know. I'm more worried about you saying, "Oh, hey, no admins," and then exploiting and cheating running rampant, and you having to sort of log over to your admin all so much that you can't play. That's like.
Well, you think okay? Now, think about what you just said, and think about official servers.
Well, yeah, official servers, but like.
It's just gonna be. I mean, if it's happening on private servers, it's gonna be twice as bad.
Yeah, and I put in there. That's the only reason. Pretty much community issues, performance, or if we need to wipe is the only reason it'll be admin intervention, and then obviously includes cheaters. I'm not going to allow it. I can pass out, and that'd be the one case where we go into like invisible modes, and we're a 500-man gaming community, so if I need people on there just to watch and be invisible to make sure shit's not going down, it's something I can pull off.
Nice. Yeah, usually when people are like, "Oh, I'm hosting a server," one major red flag that I sort of see for myself is if it's their first time doing it.
No, yeah, we've been doing it since.
Like this, if it's your first time, it's gonna be a bit rough.
I've been doing it before it was cool, which is like Ultima Online private servers.
Nice.
And then Conan all the way through all the survivals. Life is Feudal.
Since for basically about as long as I've been alive, if not longer. So
nice.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes. It's gonna be fun though. I think it's gonna be a good time. You're right though. I mean, there's not much we can do if it's more on the developers if they're gonna allow hacks and certain things into the game. But we'll do our best to get in front of it.
Anti-cheat too, because I know, like in the case of like say Valheim, where the server there's people who host servers had to develop their own anti-cheat because the devs aren't doing it because it's supposed to be like a 10-player survival game. So yeah, so in cases like that, but if it's like V Rising where there's already going to be dedicated tens of 40 up to like 40 active players at a time servers, I would hope they would put in a very rudimentary anti-cheat, but if it's on the server host, it's on the server host,
Yep, and that's where, and like I said, so we'll intervene if need be, but we're gonna do our best to not have to be babysitting the server. That's also the other part, right? Is we're coming here to play the game. That's what it becomes. It becomes a job. It does in all the other ones, and when you have that kind of interaction, so we're gonna do our best to stay away from it. But if you gotta police it, you gotta police it.
So the early access was like what, a 60-man test? Is that what they're doing on the default, or do you know?
No, they're doing 40. So I think they're taking the cautious, but we're gonna start off 80 and around 60. If we start to see any kind of degradation, I'll just pop it down to 60. So we're gonna shoot for the moon, but we can always scale back, so it's okay.
Should they say like numerical max if your servers can handle it? It could be like a stupid number, like 1,000 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they say supposedly you can host that. Yeah, and I went with the max.
Hypothetical, yeah.
I went with the max hardware at 80, but it let me go to 1,000. I'm like, yeah, right. Worst case, we can go host our own too. We have different options for hosting if we can figure out how to set up the files in such a way.
If you want to keep costs, if you have an issue with costs, I would actually recommend DigitalOcean because it was pretty good from what I've seen when people use it.
Gotcha. I'll take a look at it. We have a few different options too.
Nice.
Run a few servers even on GCP that I do for work and other things. So if I need to.
Yeah, that's nice. Like especially if you work with those kinds of servers, or if you have friends who work with those kinds of servers, if you can keep costs low, it's always a good thing. Yeah.
You guys just said you're just doing PvP or merciless PvP on that server?
We were talking about it for a while. We started merciless, and then I think we've downed it to PvP based on the polls, just because we want to make sure we have a full server. Because the polls are showing that most players want to play on PvP, and only about a fourth of the player base, no less, really about an eighth of the player base voted they would go full loot.
Yeah, I'm gonna try, cause like I generally love full loot games, but I'm not sure if full loot will mesh with V Rising very well. So I'm going to try the full, I'm going to actually try and put effort into seeing if I like the full loot. If I don't, I'll just go regular PvP.
I mean, just imagine dumping like 60 to 80 hours into it and then just dropping
and then
down
missing
to
like
nothing.
2 days and your couch are getting destroyed.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't even have to miss a day. I mean, it could just happen while
you
you're.
just gotta miss a raid window. You just miss 6 hours of activity, and then if the entire server gangs up on you, you're fucked.
Yeah, that's why we can always go up. I think that's the easier way to scale. So if it's like we play PvP for a while in the server, we're talking to them, it's an active server. We're like, yo, you guys want to go full loot for a season? But we'll just do it. So it's one of those things where I think you can build up to, and it's easier to do that than to go the other way.
I thought they weren't having seasons. I thought it was just one server, and then they won't even do a reset.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are doing it.
If you're talking about, it depends on if you're playing private or official. On our private server, we're not going for resets if we can afford it. But even still, what I mean by season is like without wiping, without changing anything, we can just turn on full loot. And say, now for this next month, we're going to test out the system and see what the server thinks or something of that nature.
These kind of games are based on local set economies, right? Without PvP, let's say you go play on a PvE server, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna within a week, you're gonna have everything. Then what?
Then what? You got a pretty castle, man.
There's no risk.
Yeah,
and
I think
you're gonna get
resets
bored.
are healthy for the game.
There needs to be at least some risk.
Without the end content. That you know what I mean? Because you can burn through everything in like 60, 70, 80 hours.
Yeah.
Look at every major game that got that ran their PvPers off. Look at Starbase. If any of you played that, they ran their fucking PvPers off. Well, okay, and all the PvPers were like, "Yeah, this is great, yeah." 1 week later, the game was dead. It was fucking
look
dead.
At New World. New World is a perfect example. New World basically just died within a fucking 3 weeks. Once everybody reached level 60, they realized there's no really late game content. There's no benefit to doing PvP. There's no benefit for even being a PvP. So what's the fucking point in even playing the game?
Yeah.
And that's how it died.
Yeah, but technically it still has like 20,000 players, so I wouldn't call it a dead game. Maybe compared to how it started.
Compared to when it started, it's not even a year. It hasn't even been a year.
Yeah, but
I
don't
think
know, for me, a game with more than 10,000 players is not a dead game.
Yeah, it's not dead, but I think what they did is they poorly mashed two concepts. To PvP, you need to run.
It's gonna get there, but it's not dead.
Now you need to run the quest in the zone, right, to flip a zone to get to a castle war, and you have to repeat a quest 10,000 times. Like PvPers don't want to repeat a quest 10,000 times.
They actually changed it. They changed.
Oh, thank
it
God!
You can actually do whatever you want.
A little too late then, but yeah, that's a huge chance. That was our biggest complaint, and we were in there almost 200 strong, so I was pissed off the whole time. Like, why am I running this quest 700 times?
Oh, then not only that, the whole loot progression system was a joke.
Oh yeah, it was all PvE cap too. Go mine nodes, do chests, do PvE, do PvE.
1,000 times, and then you get
They also changed that.
Or go rat this chest in a level 60 zone to hopefully go up.
You are right, it sucked, but they changed it, by the way.
I'm glad they changed it, but definitely should have started there.
Yeah, for sure. I think that in the future it's gonna be great. Like they are adding Arena soon, 3v3 Arena.
Gotcha.
Hello, guys.
Hey, Weed, what's up, man?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wait from 7 a.m. No, I mean, yeah, I wait hours. When will the game release? The V Rising.
Did you read announcements?
There's a delay. It's a delay, bro. A few hours. Nobody really knows exactly.
Only thing I can say
is an hour and 8 minutes because G Portal has a timer for private server owners.
I was about to say the same thing. Yeah, G Portal is saying an hour in 8 minutes, so I think it was delayed 2 hours.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that's encouraging. I was gonna go back to sleep.
They might push it again though. You know, they wait till the last hour to make that decision, so I can't say for sure. I'm just telling you what I can see.
Didn't even say thank you.
Yeah, I think a good balance between like my only gripe with full loot PvP, like I like the fact that you get the armor and the weapons off of the body. Like that makes sense. The only gripe I have with full loot, with how they're doing completely full loot merciless, is that people can just, if you basically miss an activity raid window, your castle can just get completely destroyed.
Yeah, and that's
like, I'm fine with I know that's Rust full loot. Like, I'm fine with full loot PvP. My only gripe is that like if I miss a single activity window, I could just get sick, not play for a day, and then come back and all my shit's gone. And
I mean, there is 4 of you, so but I get your point.
4 of you, but like
But if you play on the SLG server, there'll be more of you.
Yep, 5 of you.
Crazy how that works.
I'm gonna hire a private military contracting group who just like patrols my shit while I'm not there.
Well, I haven't played the game or the beta, but from what I've seen, I don't think you can like completely destroy the whole base, can you?
Only on you can on full loot. So if you're on full loot and you siege somebody and you destroy their blood, basically it destroys the whole keep. So everything's gone.
You can use the keys and you can take.
What I'm curious is they show
like counter raid you in a sense, like counter siege.
Yeah.
Jump that guy and kill that guy, and then
What'll happen in most cases is people will build a golem and then it'll create kind of a free for all around your base when they're raiding it. So if they use a golem, like every time I saw a golem used, it just turned into like a.
I was about to say that. So also, if you're not online but you make friends with a neighbor, they'll help you out. Like if they see the golem spawn, people can go do something about it. So making those at least non-aggression pacts or alliances with your neighbors might be beneficial for the day that you're not online. Maybe they'll save your shit, because if they don't complete breaking the walls with that golem and that golem gets knocked down, the whole siege is just default.
How easy it though to raid like in offline? Like, can a group set up like a base that will take an hour to raid or more, or it's like pretty easy if there is no one defending?
I hear it's resource intensive to do the siege, so building that golem must be pretty expensive, but from what I've seen in the videos, it seems like he breaks through those walls decently fast once spawned, but he takes about 5 minutes to spawn and sends out a global notification while he's building. So that golem's building for 5 minutes, warning the server where and how it's about to happen.
So it's based on defense, basically. You need to defend it.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I played 80 hours on the last early access, and I was with the top guy on the server. He was like solo until we played together. And he had basically like whatever 9 of the healing paladins and sorceresses and stuff, and so he fended off like before I got there 1v like 8 people with the like a kind of airlock system at the front of his base where they were trying to break in. He was letting people in one at a time, and then whenever they broke into his courtyard, like all the mobs were like spam healing him and stunning them, and these mobs didn't have any equipment. Like you can put gear on your slaves or the servants or whatever, that your thralls that you turned. And I think if he fully kitted out and geared all those monsters, I think he might have been able to actually defend them.
That's a good point. I forgot about the thralls.
They were like 60. No, they're tough because they had no gear on, and they were like, he was almost like, there was a moment there where he was almost winning. So if they like the multiplier for gear score when you add the gear to the thrall, I think a one guy or 2 guys going against a fully geared team of 9 thralls, I think the 9 thralls win, unless those guys find a way to like bug them out or something.
Well, if anybody's thinking about playing with us, give the server a bump if you would. Just give it a like, anything like that on the list. Let's keep trying to attract more members. Appreciate it.
I was watching a video and they were saying, late game it can be quite stale because the damage that you deal. Like, I haven't played the game. I'm asking you guys' opinion who have played it. Like, do you think it will sort of kind of be a bit more stale, like the PvE side of it, later game?
I mean, there's like it's early access. A lot of it's not done, and it's like basically there's these three buildings that these three bosses that you kill, and you get like these stones, and basically or artifacts items. I forget the name of what they're called exactly, but people are fighting over keeping those. Like you build a structure in your base, and you can locate those anywhere in the map, and basically when you capture it, you can use them to give yourself a 2 or 3 hour buff that's quite significant, and it's would be valuable for like doing end game content, to be able to have that buff or to raid people with and give you a significant advantage. So our server in the last like what since Thursday to Sunday, we're just constantly like stealing those from each other and just going back and forth with it. But as is right now, I think people will run out of stuff to do in like probably a month. And I
you
think
see there's land also to the right that the devs have but haven't opened, so I think it's going to be one of those things where they got to get in front of that Ferris wheel and try to
so they
get
gotta
that
release some
ready in a month.
DLC.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think it'll be that tough for them, honestly. I think if they see a good response, like there's a lot of excitement around it. Um, they're probably fast track some stuff. I mean, they took a couple $1 million from Tencent early last year. I'd expect them to get another round of funding if this were to go well. Because they're probably looking at that Valheim money.
Well,
And
to be honest, right, like Valheim appeared out of nowhere. I mean, this game kind of has done the same, but I still don't see it anywhere really. Like, I only found it because I was somehow my YouTube moved to like a compilation of the top 5 games or something like that, and I just saw it on the corner of my eye. That was literally the only reason I found this game, and I'm sort of kind of into these sort of kind of type of games. But
yeah, I understand. Like that's a common gripe amongst Unlock Studio fans is that their marketing and advertising is just very lackluster, and that they
like,
have
it's so
great
simple.
product
Like,
that nobody knows about. Like I literally anytime I go into a game when I'm playing like other games, like any isometric game like Heroes of Storm, like any I'll be like, "Hey, have you heard of Battlerite?" Like I'm evangelizing people like to come to my fucking church or something. But it's yeah,
I
so
kind
it's
of
a
see it.
problem.
Kind of like see it like the like a MMO type of Diablo, DayZ type of thing, but with a whole different genre, like a vampire type of genre onto it, and that's interesting and it's unique.
I mean,
I feel
hitting
like
Steam though is definitely a big thing. Like even Battlerite, if you played it, their first version, it wasn't on Steam yet, and it was way smaller. But Steam did well for the next
Yeah,
iteration.
it went up to like what's a few thousand like concurrent players all the time, like
Yep.
6, 7,000.
no, I
And
bought Battlerite.
Tyler One, like is into it. He played Battlerite and he's gonna stream it. Like Force Gaming, Legacy Gaming, they have probably 100 to 200,000 views for each video that they put up last week. And that's free advertising. A lot of New World content creators, Damon Kim, like he's
Oh
a
yeah, I'm
smaller
literally
streamer. He's got like
just clicked on him. I love that
yeah,
guy.
like yeah, so it's like there's a lot of organic stuff happening. It's early access. I think the game is in a polished enough state that they could have put some money behind this and run a marketing campaign, but
Yeah, it was the
yeah.
Monkin that actually got me. I found this game from it.
Yeah, but
From
everybody I've
Monkin.
talked to, like, cause I play Lost Ark on a very serious like a PvP group that they run in houses every day. They have in-house 100, 200, $300 tournaments and stuff. And I asked a lot of those guys about the game, and they were like, "Oh yeah, I heard about Battlerite," and I was like, but all of them made the same joke, like I only heard about it from another guy who was crazy about it, and that they never,
Yeah,
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 found about
that's
it
me
like
too.
through the normal, avenues, and I don't think it would take much for it to light fire, like.
Yeah,
So for
because Battlerite for
Battlerite,
me is somebody told me about it.
yeah, so they're gonna do the exact same thing with this game that they did with Battlerite. So they on the Battlerite early access launch, they also didn't have any marketing for it. They at least very little. But for the release launch, essentially anyone who was a streamer that had any sort of viewership for the Battlerite official 1.0 release was paid to play the game. So it was the who's who of streamers for playing Battlerite on launch. So it'll be the same thing for this game. That's at least the plan for the marketing department.
I think it'll be scaled up though. Like,
could very well be, but I'm just saying that there was quite a significant marketing push on the official release of Battlerite, and it seems that it'll follow that that kind of nothing and then a lot for official, just like
we have.
Yeah, but it was just like a very short burst where it's like, when normal consumers are used to seeing like Raid Shadow Legends everywhere they fucking look, so they were like, so that it kind of is like, I see these shitty games being over advertised for games that don't even fucking exist in a lot of cases, and then you have this gem, and so people are like dumbfounded.
That's a good point. Yeah, it really was a concentrated push, in about a 3 week window, for Battlerite's official launch. They didn't really run advertisements on YouTube videos. It was really all influencer marketing.
Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna interrupt. Any SEA players?
Southeast Asia?
Yeah.
No.
Australia, basically.
Crikey, mate.
Yeah.
Do they have an Australian server, or are you gonna play on like the Taiwan Japanese server?
I don't know if they've got an Australian server or not.
That is a good point,
Demon Kim made a video about where servers and stuff, and he didn't know either.
I mean, I'm checking like G Portal. They don't have. They have Australia. Yeah, they have Sydney.
Yeah, that would be Sydney then. That would be the main hub.
All right.
So if you're from Thailand or more Southeast Asia, then you'd have to go to the Australian server. That would be the only.
No, there's a Taiwan server and a Japan server.
Yeah. Okay, then awesome, even better.
But I can't find anyone. I can't find anyone Discord who's playing on that server. Who's gonna play on that server?
Japanese, they'll have their own group.
Yeah. I can't speak Japanese. That's bad.
I'm sorry. You were saying that you couldn't find any info on official servers. Is that what you were saying?
I mean, official servers. They said they're gonna have Taiwan. I think.
For the official servers, I thought that they had said it was North America, Europe, Brazil, South Africa, Taiwan, Australia, and Japan. Yeah, you're right. Taiwan.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I guess I'll be in there.
Yeah. I see a lot of people spinning up private servers though. So if you look at the server browser when the game launches, you might be able to find something. For Australia?
Have you guys played anyone played the beta?
Yeah, I dropped like 80 hours.
Were there 40 people in the server, or?
Because basically they had a lot of different beta phases, and so knowing that this is the most recent one, and I think there were maybe 3 at least other phases, or 2 at the very least, but so people had spent so much time, building it up and getting it wiped that a lot of people didn't participate in the most recent one because they didn't want to just get burnt and then have to run it right back the very next week. Like it was my first time playing, so that's why I put so much time into it. I think the peak I saw was probably like 20 something or six, like in the teens at any one given time.
So are you asking for max server population?
No, the max. There were like the server cap logged in at the same time is the number that I was giving, but not like.
I mean, on the renting server, you can change that, but I'm just wondering, like, if a 40, I mean, you had 17 people. Was it too scarce was it easy to find someone, or did you meet no one while you're playing?
I saw people in game like every day throughout, because you're all kind of funneled through the same areas.
Yeah.
And then
progression system.
But I actually I built my base way out of the way because I was paranoid and I was a solo player, so I went out of my way to not get shit on.
Would you say it's the best idea to like run right through it all and try to find somewhere?
Yes,
safe?
there's definitely nodes. I played with one of the Discord moderators for the V Rising server, and I could tell he had access to earlier betas because he built it. There's like this huge copper node in the northwest, not all the way at the tip, but it's like northwest of the starting area, and it's at a fork between the end, like kind of like the end game human area with the paladins and all that, and like the more advanced human civilization, and then there's like the center of the map, which has like a lower tier zone. So there's like a horse track on the west side of the lower tier zone, and so right before the horse track, there's this huge like kind of area that's off to the side of the main roads where they both fork into those two main areas, and they had huge copper nodes that you can't mine without blowing up with dynamite. And but they're huge, like and in the mid game, copper is kind of a bottleneck, and so you're having to, so when he fortified that position, he doesn't ever have to leave his base for copper. And I was
the copper there.
I have a question about like if like people are trying to get in one server and you have been that in that server, if you have a castle, do you get priority? Or I mean, you had never experienced that, right?
There was never a queue, yeah. So like, I wouldn't know.
Okay.
But I definitely would have. Like I built my castle right at the edge of the map near the beginning area because I wanted to get started fast and I knew it was going to be out of the way. But I won't do that again because it's the amount of time you spend running in the beginning. I underestimated it. It was my first survival game, and so a lot of lost efficiency.
Do you get
there.
to build multiple castles or just one?
You just one, but if you play on a on a regular PvP server,
you can build multiple castles.
Well,
okay.
Well, in your clan mates can. But
I saw a lot of people that were like they built in a waypoint, so they had like made this waypoint they're like their own private one because people could not access it because their castle was like in the way. And that was
I got to level 70 gear score and killed like every boss up to that, and I didn't get an option to build a second castle heart, so I don't know when that is.
It depended on the server.
Okay.
That's interesting.
So like the normal retail is like your clan mates all share full control. Like they can access your full stash and you can access their stash. It's like full trust. So like one guy builds his castle somewhere, another guy builds their castle at another place, and then you can build way gates, which are teleporters, to go from the neutral way gates in the map or to your ally's castle. And so that cuts out that. But as a solo player, unless you're on a full Merc server and it's a vanilla release, then you can take over someone else's castle with a very expensive crafting key, and that's the only other way I know of on a normal vanilla server, and it has to be merciless.
Do trees respawn after you chop them down?
Yes, everything regrows.
How long does that take?
I don't know exactly. I feel like maybe like 10 to 20 minutes.
Can you chop all the trees beside someone's castle and lock them in there?
Nah, I mean, a lot of people just clear out the areas and like change the tile sets around their castle to kind of get the feng shui they want.
Oh, you can dig?
Well, not dig, but you can change the tiles. Like you can change it from like wild to like grass or like a cobblestone path or whatever you want to make it.
There were problems of people boxing other castles in with bottlenecks in the beta. There is a minimum distance that where you can't build near someone else's castle heart to keep that from happening. I'm not sure that the changes that they've made from the last test and on this EA release to keep that from happening, but it was a problem on PvE servers especially, where people couldn't kill each other's castles and they were getting stuck.
I was just wondering if you can like chop all the trees down beside someone's castle and they can't get out the door.
No, the trees are not. You can pass through trees after they've fallen. They're not like.
I mean, there's no shadow, but the sun will kill you, right?
No, it's not instant. It probably takes like 3 or 4 seconds for the sun to actually start like doing damage to you.
It's like a small damage over time that builds.
It's not really small though. It ramps up very quickly. So like, the first tick is like 10 damage, the next tick is 20, the next tick is like 40, and then so on, and then it's like
I mean, you got some time to run. Yeah, not overly slow, but you got time to run.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of times, which is funny for me, is like I got stunned against a wall somewhere, and then I died, and just.
I think the biggest issue, like most games that have small cap servers, and that's why we wanted to host one, and we're going for 80, and we'll scale back to 60. Like I said, is just what somebody mentioned, is it's going to be siege time, and you have
because no server is gonna have all 40 players on at once, right? So when it comes to siege time, you're gonna get your shit destroyed and you couldn't even log in, and people are going to be pissed.
Probably the Chinese server would have a lot of people on.
Yeah, so the moment that starts happening is where it's going to get rough. Until they come out with a way to like whitelist, or I don't know, because if there's everybody deserves the right to log in and defend their base, but if you have more bases than the server can hold, or than the people can actually log in, that's a problem.
So you rented a server?
Yeah, that's what this chat was. What we came down here and started talking about. So anybody was interested in playing on a PvP server, we're not going full loot yet. We may talk about it down the road just because we want to kind of fill the game out.
Is it New York?
No, we're central just because we're a 500-man gaming community and we got people on both sides. So we went with Texas to make everybody happy.
Of course. Okay, yeah.
So nobody was pissed, but yeah. I'm West Coast myself, and we got a lot of East Coasters.
Oh yeah, that makes sense then.
So like the server, if you rent it, you would see it when the game starts, right?
Yep, correct. We can see and that's how I kind of know when this might launch, is because G Portal is counting down from an hour from now. So it looks like they delayed by 2 hours to the hosting solutions. So hopefully we'll be up in an hour.
He's got
what's the technical problem they're running into right now?
Don't know if they've said, but I know now we're down to 50 or 46 minutes.
50 minutes?
Yeah, 46 minutes.
Top of the hour.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
What is this Discord?
What?
Okay. He's asking what is this Discord? But Unbeaten,
invited.
Unbeaten. Were you playing on the were you playing on the duo or the squad, the 4-4-man?
Yeah, I played on the 4 format. Well, a bunch of our group did. I actually didn't get a chance to, but a bunch were in the beta and played in the 4 format. We're playing 5 on our server.
What is this?
This is just a channel, buddy.
Conversation.
Yeah, what is this Discord?
Okay, fuck.
It's a game, bro. Like, you either where you are, or you fucking just messing with us, bro. Like,
rolling.
Come on, man.
What?
Rolling hard.
¿Dónde eres, weón? Hablas.
Yo, can we buy the game now?
Not yet.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, do you guys want me to put on Rush Hour with Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker?
I'm good on that.
Understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Put that on, brother. I'll watch that with you. Fuck it.
All right, finally, someone with some good fucking taste around here.
Yo, all the vampire games coming out 2022.
Yeah, they kind of missed that whole surge with Underworld. We should have released this a little while ago.
Been playing that Blood Hunt game. That's pretty cool too.
Blood Hunt is neat.
Yeah, I like the verticality to the game.
I have to counter that, except for the Asian server where you run into a hacker every game.
Oh, you talking about Naraka now?
I don't play on the Asian server.
No, the Blood Hunt thing, the Blood Hunt game.
I know, I'm just teasing. Naraka is so full of that shit too.
I didn't find any hackers on that game, but it just took so long.
You're racist. Asians just better.
No, they're actually hackers. They stream when they hack.
They just play with the.
I'm Chinese.
Insane ping.
I'm Chinese.
He's like, and I hack. No.
If you hacker, this is
I'm Chinese Shroud. Okay.
Our Chinese hackers. You lying.
My stomach is Chinese.
Alright, this guy. I just mute him.
I think this game has a lot of potential because it's been like in the survival kind of thing, it's sort of become this game crash thing, where everyone makes like DayZ, Rust, it all looks the same, but this game is sort of like it has that thing, but it also has something else, something new to it, and I think
like the little sunlight thing.
I trust their studio
game
because they
you
made
have to
Battle,
grind
right?
100 holes to 1 hole fight. This game dead.
So I used to be.
Who's that talking so I can mute him? What's his name?
I used to be Diamond 1 in
Johnny Prophet. I muted that guy.
What Diamond 1
in Battle Royale? How close to the combat is like Battle Royale to?
It's basically a lot of the moves are like piecemealed together, so you can mix and match them. So like if you can imagine like building a kit out of pieces of your favorite battle right heroes, but the combat is a little bit more watered down because I don't know why, but there's fewer abilities on your bar. Like you don't have the shift ability to like have an alternate version of your spells, but they do have like the functionality in there because there's a button for it, like an alternate ability, but that doesn't exist. So there's like maybe 1 or 2 less ability slots, I think.
Wait, is the game out already?
No,
I think
not
he's
yet.
playing it.
How is
We
someone playing it?
I played it the beta, so I'm just telling him what I experienced.
If someone is playing, share.
I'm just sharing my footage from the beta, just if anyone wants to
just
have a little taste.
Yeah, this channel blew up. I thought there was like 5 people in here.
Yeah, it's blowing up quick.
Fucking love Jackie Chan.
Man, it's fucking Jackie Chan, bro. We're all here to watch this.
So the game is definitely way more PvE than PvP.
I mean, just because it's a survival game. The whole reason we moved to this channel was to get away from people playing Among Us and just to try to talk more about the game. So I mean, I understand you guys want to be funny and stuff, but let the people ask questions.
Server?
Pardon?
What was that? Somebody asked my name real quick.
Yeah, I said, is there a ban on like teaming with other castles or clans?
Not at the moment. There's no bans for that.
Well, he's talking about my server specifically. So on our side, no, not either. I'm gonna play as much like official as possible, but if it gets way out of hand, like literally like 30-man squads walking around, that's gonna be gay. So
yeah,
okay, don't do that.
Do you think that will happen?
Definitely gonna happen on official. There's nothing they can do about it. And there's so many large game communities out there that are gonna want to play with their friends. So it's like kind of one of those things.
Yeah, because I have a shit situation to deal with.
Yeah, you can't friendly fire
everybody off their server.
Yeah, friendly, and they will, and that's why we're not doing it at all. It's forbidden on our side, so it's like one of those things where you know, you're gonna play with your group, that's fine. Watch each other if they're offline, that's fine too. But ganging up on a bunch of players is just stupid.
Especially with like streamers, I think there's gonna be like huge groups.
Yep. So that's something we're trying to avoid. So we don't want any of that on the server for sure.
Oh yeah.
We already took it up to 5 for player counts and up to 60 or 80 man server. Like I said, we'll go out the gate with 80. If the server starts to, really hurt performance wise, because we built it really strong. But if it doesn't make it, we'll just bring it down to 60.
What do you mean build it really strong? Can you like? There's no selection on server quality, is there?
If you self-host, there is. But if you're going to go through certain, there also are like G-Portal and those will once you can actually get in there and modify it, you can usually pay for additional RAM, CPU, stuff like that as well.
Ah, okay.
So you can go a little more hardcore and hopefully support the server a little better. But it may not be the problem, may not be hardware, it might just be the game. So I want to get in there and fill that out.
Is G server the only place you can rent it?
G-Portal.
Yeah.
They seem to have the pre-orders, and they say it'll be live when the game goes live. A few are boasting that, so that was the safest one to go with. So I was told, but I'd have to do more research.
That was the ones that devs recommended.
There you go. That's probably where everybody's saying it from then.
Okay. But would it be possible if you rent it from somewhere else and then connect it to the game?
Yeah, most games turn out that way. So I'm waiting to see if they're going to give the game files in a way that can happen, or if we can export them even once G-Portal's built. So I'm looking into that myself. Because I got like GCP servers and things I'd like to try it out.
Yeah. I think I might have one. I might get one too. Depending on how the Chinese server is playing out.
I mean,
I'm just waiting for the game to launch so I can start downloading, man.
Yeah, aren't we all?
It's already in my library.
How big is it? 4 gigs?
It's already in my library. I just need to download it.
Is it 4 gigs?
That's if they didn't release a whole new version installer. I've seen that happen too if you've got the beta my Switch on you.
Yeah, that's fine.
So when you were downloading, was it 4 gigs or smaller than that? Before like the decompression.
It was quick.
I imagine it's pretty small, pretty quick.
Yeah, I ended up getting a code, so it's easier. Free game, LMAO.
I can't wait. It should be fun. I think private servers will be where it all ends up. With the 40 cap, it's just too small.
Absolutely, yeah.
You think so for the map size?
Pardon? Was something about the map size?
Yeah, I was saying that 40 cap's just too small.
I think people are going to gravitate towards private servers pretty quick.
Right. Tosog was saying something.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, do you think 40 is too small? Like,
I feel like that's
I think
probably see people.
I think it's going to be siege time, and your server's going to be full, and you're going to be fucked. That's what I think. If you're on PvP anyway, on the official servers. And your castle is going to be destroyed, and you weren't even able to log in. And I think that's going to be the big problem with officials. Out the gate anyway, until they level out. But in most games like this, they don't really host enough servers to start.
You okay?
Yeah, sound like Tickle Me Elmo. That was funny.
High as a motherfucker.
What about like performance wise? How's it run?
The what?
Performance wise, how's it run? Like,
I mean, I have like a mid high end card, and I run an ultra wide monitor, and it ran super smooth for me. I think over the course of the 80 hours, I crashed like 7 times. So that's not many considering it's a pre-beta, but pre-access.
I'm hoping I don't have any issues. I have a 3080, so.
Well, I think I did specifically see people who had the very tippy top end cards have like issues, but it was random, and I think most of those people had like old video drivers and stuff. But I didn't hear about anybody with like mid-range cards having issues. So. But it didn't even seem to be like pushing the limits with my performance. Like I didn't get any stutters. Like no matter how many people were in the fight, like there was like some 12 person skirmishes that ran fine. So.
Good to hear.
I don't know what version I'm on right now. I think I have a driver that's ready. I wonder if I should upgrade.
We had one big main fight that was pretty funny. Like we tried to raid somebody because he'd been just toxic in chat the whole time, and we were just like, all right, because he tried, like 3 guys tried to gang up on the top guy on the server, and they couldn't kill him. He kept getting away, but they were talking trash. And so anyway, we decided to, that top guy recruited me to join him, and then we built a golem outside that guy's base, went to attack him, and then the whole server showed up, and then the whole server like chased, our top guy back to his base, which was like dead center in the middle of the map, which is like, it was a crazy location because he's like up on the high ground watching everyone like 10 20 levels lower than him like walking around doing quests, like, and he could just jump out of his castle window and gank someone and go back to his entrance and hide out.
Hey yo, what you guys are playing the game? Is it out?
No, I'm just talking about the beta.
Oh, okay.
We're just watching Rush Hour.
Doing a preview.
Wait, is that Emperor brother? Is he playing it or is he watching like a video or something?
No, this is just video of old content. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so jealous, bro. Oh yeah. My bad.
How did our channel get bigger than the other one?
It's the alpha channel, baby.
Alpha channel. How long does it take to level usually per se?
Oh, what's the max level?
I believe that back in the beta, the previous one was 81, 82 perhaps with Brute Blood. So in the footage that I have, I was at 81, but I hadn't killed the final boss. So, and to the other person's question, how long does it take to level up? There's about 50 hours, depending how fast you are of content, until you hit until you're kind of done PVE, and that's without any sort of major PvP interruptions and sieges.
You just have to kill the bosses, right? That's all you got to do.
Yeah, but the bosses are quite hard.
Yeah,
but if there's a guy who's played the beta, like there was the top guy on my server that I talked about, he hit level 79 in one day, and he did it solo. And so he was sweaty, no life, no sleep, try harding, and he's a super smart guy. I ended up sitting in Discord with him for like a couple hours, and I was like, okay, but he's going to be an outlier. But the thing is, like, if you imagine, 3 or 4 guys all cooperating who had some previous beta experience. You know, like he's like try harding, like speed running, you know, and ultra good at the game. But you know, 4 average dudes who just, you know, be like, well, we need to knock this boss out in order to get this thing, so that we can, yeah. So like that will be unfun. And a lot of the things like the PvP and the merciless PvP servers, it's gonna be decided on like day 1 or 2, like who's gonna run the server, because they'll just keep kneecapping anybody who starts to look like a threat.
Oh, for real.
Depends. That round robin mentality. They start that shit, and then 2 other groups notice it, and they start kneecapping them together.
yeah. Sounds lit. So sorry. Last question, right? I heard that the PvP, like, it don't matter how high level your gear is, it's like it kind of balances out. Is that true or what?
It's not that it doesn't matter, but it's not as big as you would think, you know, because like you could be 20 levels behind and win a fight because you're mechanically better.
As it should be.
There's a few attributes that affect that, though. It's not just about your gear score. So as you level up your gear and your weapons, you do unlock new skills. For example, a bone weapon will have only an auto attack, while a silver weapon will have both auto attack, weapon skill 2, and weapon skill 3.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about like stats, you know, like max HP, resistances, damage.
So for comparison's sake, if you this is again going off the previous beta, there are going.
Yeah, man. To your question, real quick, we're thinking it's going to be in 30 minutes, and I can show you how I think that. If I jump into this my server that's about to go live, they extended this by 2. Never mind, they just did it in another 2 hours. God damn, that's bad news. Okay, it might be another 2 hours, 30 minutes until my server goes live now. I probably know that before most people, just unless they're hosting as well. So let me go notify the masses. That just updated from 30 minutes to 2 hours and 30 minutes. They just pushed back again. That's gay. Yep.
Is the ultimates are really strong.
You guys want some terrible news?
What?
I said refresh on the server. It's 2 hours and 30 minutes now.
No, it's not, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, you just fucking about with me, bro. I like that. That was a good one, bro. That was a good one.
The ultimates are really strong. Like you can, like some of the ultimates, like if a group of 4 people like all descended upon you with just all ulting you at the same time, you probably get one shot.
Yeah. I'm guessing you'd have to just iframe that shit.
Like you have to be. I mean, you really have to be on the swivel.
Watching a movie in here. It's just streaming a movie.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, a bit of Rush Hour classic.
Yeah, we're watching Rush Hour in this bitch.
Oh, it is Rush Hour.
Oh, it's a gangster movie, bro.
It's so good. God, I fucking love Jackie Chan.
Yeah, he's great.
Fucking A, dude. 2 more hours, 30 minutes.
Wait, do we actually have a solid time for the release day after the thing, or?
There's no solid information on when it's going to drop.
I think it's a technical issue. Somebody said it wasn't one, but I don't know what else could cause a.
I'm going off of if you've hosted a server or you paid for one through G Portal. They're giving like the time keeps changing to when it's going to go live because they're supposed to go live with the servers, right? It was 30 minutes, and now it just changed to 2 hours and 30 minutes. So I'm assuming they're about to say there's another delay.
Where's that? What?
Either they're about to say that there's another delay, or G Portal is scaling the time up so they don't say the servers are out when they're not out.
It could be that too. So I guess that's a possibility. That maybe they don't know, but I would think they're in close communication.
You don't want to be the one server hosting site that says it's out and then have everyone try to clamber into servers that aren't up yet, you know?
Yeah, if they're waiting on a finished build, though, to even build those servers, then they should be in active communication too, though, so I'm not sure.
That's a very real possibility, considering what I have seen in general of people's behavior. I'm starting to lose faith in humanity. It's so crazy.
Dude, like... The fucking Discord general chat where everyone's malding about a multiple hour delay isn't, like... It's bad. It could be worse.
It could be. Well, I've already seen the N word. I'm not having a good day.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not. It's
as
not.
long as people aren't telling the devs to kill themselves, I think we're fine.
Oh,
right?
that's probably happening on Twitter instead.
Oh,
I did look at their Twitter, and there were some angry people, but I stopped because I started getting a headache. I was like, please, guys, they're just trying to do their jobs. Leave them be.
Yeah. It is funny though.
I'm probably gonna play on a PvE server because I'm slightly concerned of the rust problem, where I'll go off for the night and I'll come back online. I've been murdered. I'll go back to my house and there are penises all over my walls, and I just don't think I'm ready for that problem. Have you never played Rust and experienced that? That was my first time playing Rust. I played for like 6 hours straight. I was like, it's getting pretty late. Should go to bed.
Problem number 1: you logged into Rust.
Yeah, exactly.
First
I heard they had trains, so I had
buying
to try
and installing Rust. First mistake.
I just hate crafting games.
But what happens when you log on? Wait, but
This is a crafting game.
Honestly,
wait a minute. Why are you here?
Here's the thing. I got a loophole. I'm making my girlfriend craft everything for me.
Yes.
That's like I hate housework. I got a loophole.
Thank you. I'm something of a genius myself.
Hey, Doc, do you work for Nike? Because that's some slave sweatshop material right there.
I actually never played a
survival game. There always ends up being one person in the group who just homesteads.
Slave.
I'm just here to PvP.
Yeah.
Well, I read in the thing you can actually when they were talking about, because I've been reading all the dev blogs and stuff, that you can get slaves in the game.
Yeah, your servants don't really craft for you. The servants defend your base, and you can send them on missions, and they'll gather resources on those missions. So, like, based on the blood quality of your servant, like, it increases the multiplier for which the gear score of the servant is. So, if you have a 22 expertise servant, if you have a 600, gear score armor on him, it'll be like, boosted up 22%. And that'll increase the success rate for whenever he goes on that mission. When he's on the mission, it is based on a real world location on the map, so the material drops he gets from that mission match what you would get if you were farming there, but he doesn't actually physically go out there, so he's not exposed. And while the guy's out there, he's not back at your base, and what they're normally for is for defending your base. And you can have, like, I think up to like 12, maybe 16. I forget the max number.
Can't believe they're soon TMing us.
Balancing is gonna be.
They're really strong. They're super strong.
They give you good materials. Is it worth it?
Yeah, super worth it. Super worth it. Because
yeah,
I mean,
I've heard some good things from people who played the closed beta. So I think it's gonna be all right. But there's always gonna be like one. There's gonna be something that's strong. It's really really strong. But that's just the nature of these kind of games.
I thought the getting the servants and slaves and turning into vampires was like one of the more interesting parts. And it's actually really difficult to do because, like, you have to drag him all the way back to your base, and the map is quite big, and the fastest way you can do it is on horseback. And if you get a high value thrall or vampire turn, you're gonna be bringing him through a high level area. Yep. And so the chances, like, there are so many times that I've brought somebody from the northwest corner of the map back to my base, and he died like a foot from my doorstep, and I was just like, fuck, that's another 20 minutes. I gotta go back up there.
It's like villager breeding in Minecraft, basically.
Yeah,
sure.
But a lot more painful.
Yeah, and then, like, while you're like, if your horse dies or some shit, like, now you're doing it on first foot, and it gets even worse.
Why
and then
just carry a man by his ears in vampire bat form and just fly him to my base.
And then
if only.
Oh yeah, you can't heal while you are in your charmed state. Like, you can't, like, use your blood to heal because that would be using a different vampire power. So you're stuck too. So if you get in combat, and you'll lose him because you'll probably need to heal.
Did you guys see the Grandma cosmetic DLC?
Yeah, I love it.
I have to buy that.
I love it.
It looks like she's out of a Studio Ghibli movie.
It's so awesome.
It's so actually, weird. The art style doesn't match at all, but I love it all the more for it.
She's one of the bosses.
Is she really? That's awesome.
Yeah, but she's tough because of where she is, but I don't want to spoil it. It's like an interesting little engagement. Like you should just explore naturally.
But shameless plug, since I came down here to create this group, if anybody is looking for a PvP private server, it's probably gonna be one of the largest opening. So get in now.
That's cap, bro. You're not opening shit. Hey, yo, are we allowed to stream or what? If we're in the beta, can we is the NDA up or what? Let me know.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, bud.
There's nobody's running a beta server right now though.
No.
The beta server isn't online.
No, they shut those down like 3 a.m. or some shit, dude.
What am I watching right now then? This shit
You're
video?
just watching
YouTube
old content.
YouTube content. Oh my god. When's the game coming out, bro?
Apparently
this is the most infos you do.
In the next few hours is when the
soon.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
PM, and every time someone asks when the game comes out, the timer gets extended by a minute and 30 seconds.
You got me
they
there.
should just do that every time someone asks. It just gets longer.
All right, well, that means I can drop the guide then of how to speedrun the game and shit, right? Based on the
beta.
Yeah,
you'll probably be fine, bro. Nobody's tripping.
Nah, they said they were gonna send a V2 rocket to my house and missile.
I know there were a few YouTubers who were waiting to release their guides.
I'm not a YouTuber. That shit is cringe.
I know, who were waiting to release their guides and shit for when the servers went up.
Says the YouTuber.
Yeah.
Well, I've already seen.
Yeah, says the person who is going to release a speedrunning guide for the game.
Yeah, well, it's actually text format in the server, in my server, so.
I'm just joking, dude.
Oh, cool, dude. You continue being horny.
With you. I think one thing I'm looking forward to, at least with the full loop PvP server, because I see it as more of a possibility on there, are all of the stories of people joining each other's clans and fucking each other over.
Yeah, in the
just
okay,
assault.
yes, yes, that shit happens. That shit is real as fuck. I'm telling you. All right,
you have to really trust those people. Like, I wouldn't really go into it unless you like
saying is it's a
vetted them.
microcosm of the EVE Online problem.
In the beta, you couldn't kick people from your clan, so you could join that shit, join someone's clan, and then you go take all their shit. Like, you'd say, "Hey, I want to be your friend," then you would just loot them, and they couldn't kick you. But that's fixed now.
Oh, you can kick people? I think
you weren't allowed to kick people from your clan, so they would just stay there, take all your shit, and then leave.
Is join a clan, wait until they're all offline, and then do it. Like, because if you do it while they're online, you're just fucking stupid.
I mean, you can still, trick people, join their clan, take the shit, and then leave. Like, it's not.
You guys are too low scope. You got to make friends with someone for 3 days. They'll farm while you're offline. They're basically like your servant, like in the game, and then you kick them after they farm up all your shit.
Oh, you
guys. You go full manipulative mode.
No, dude.
Oh no, don't.
I mean, don't shit where you eat, right?
Solo then.
Don't shit where you eat.
Me, bro. You fucking scared me, bro.
Yeah, I'm scamming.
You fucking cunt.
I get to be a vampiric piece of shit in a medieval gothic setting. Of course I'm gonna scam people.
That's how you get your pockets ran every time somebody sees you though. Like after that, like you're done. So,
no. You don't know who you're talking to. If you're good at PvP, you can shit on people.
If you have to resort to stealing and shit, then you're probably not good anyway.
Resort to.
I mean,
you don't even know.
There's a different. Okay, there are two different people.
Bro?
There are the people who steal because
what's your
they have
MMR
to.
in any game, bro?
And there are the
MMR in
people
any
who steal
game.
because
What are
they
you
enjoy
talking
doing
about?
it.
What games do you play? You probably play Battle Right or some shit. You probably play League of Legends. You're probably flat.
Club Penguin score exactly.
I play whatever you play, but better, man. That's all.
Oh shit! Wait, who's talking?
Ooh, that's rough.
Yeah, man.
In the last day of the beta. Wait, who are you? Learn?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, okay. Learn. Look at this guy. He's got all this shit linked. All right, but really though, in the last day of the beta, we would sit there and play PvP 2v2s on this test server, and I don't know, we were basically undefeated. Me and my duo, no one could beat us at all. So it's kind of interesting.
Cool, man.
There was like we fought like 20 different people. They could not kill us. So what server
were
you
playing on?
What
were you running?
Are we allowed to talk about it? What abilities are good? I don't know. They might have changed some shit.
You're being paranoid, dude. Seriously, they don't care.
Well, yeah, but there's mod. Is there a mod in here? Yeah, Emperor. Well, I know I'm being paranoid, but they were. Mods don't like me, bro.
I've been talking for like the past like 20 minutes, like kind of giving people my. Yeah, I was in the beta, giving people my impressions and everything.
Oh, I use Chaos Volley and Power Surge. Shit's broken. Yeah. You agree?
Which one's Power Surge? I know which
it's
Chaos
the one
Volley.
It's like a Crimson Aegis, like the barrier that goes over your body.
Is it the Chaos version?
Yeah, but it's a Chaos version. Yeah.
Yeah, those are good. I saw a lot of people using like with the Spectral Servant and the Frostbolt.
Spectral Servant. That Spectral
because
Servant
it's just like easy. Yeah, because it's.
Are you talking about Stitch?
Yeah, I'm talking. Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking
Okay,
about
Stitch could not beat us in 2v2. They had him and his friend had a huge ego
Nello.
and they got shit on like multiple times.
Yeah, they were average, but I didn't.
Yeah, they're average as hell. They literally couldn't even come close. What'd you say? Who is this random EU talking? Hello?
I muted that guy because he was being weird.
He's talking.
Yeah, he talks like
Johnny
randomly.
Profit. There you go. Problem solved. Thanks for speaking, Johnny. I muted.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird when I just.
Do you like prioritize Hatchet? I think most people do.
Yeah, that's just weird. Yo, mod ban Johnny Profit. This guy's being horny, bro. Shit's making me feel uncomfortable. Come on, Emperor.
I muted him the moment he started asking what server he was on.
Yeah.
Well, that's.
I hope you guys have fun though. It seems
That's
like it's
that's a server mute.
That's a server mute. That is a server mute right there.
And he's out of here, ladies and gentlemen.
Talking about? Like, I muted immediately.
And I muted him so long ago.
Can you name your own server or?
Yeah.
If you host, you can do whatever you want. But
Yeah,
you
server settings,
it,
everything.
obviously.
Not until it's launched, though. Like I said.
Okay.
All I know is that, like,
did you get to set it up prior?
No, that's what I'm telling you. Until they drop the final game cut or the final version, because they're making updates right now, they won't supply it to G Portal, so you can get in there and start editing. I wish they would, because they could just push an update, but it's a pain in the ass.
I want to ask a question. How about losing your castle in like PvP or PvE? Is it
It depends on the server type.
Servers should probably be wiping. When people are losing their castle, the server will start should hopefully be wiping after like everyone's losing their shit. Because you might as well just quit if you lose your castle.
Well, if you're PvP hardcore, if you get sieged once and lose, your castle blows up. If you're on PvP normal, you get sieged. They can take some of your stuff.
Normal, bro.
Oh, I didn't even know there was
cares
a
about
PvP
normal mode?
I think most people are playing PvP.
You're playing PvP normal mode. The shit was so boring. Everyone that plays that is horrible. It's literally so boring. We literally killed like 6 bosses just without going back to the base. Like it was just we were just going gamer mode. It's really boring. Full loot is so much fun though.
People are
well, that's fine, and you can enjoy that, but just don't speak to me. I'm kidding.
You were talking a lot of shit from a closed beta pool of nobodies.
Yeah, they were terrible. I know, that's what I'm saying. They're all terrible. I pray to God that we get like 100,000 people so we can really see who's good.
At a game during a beta.
That's what I'm saying. Like, give it time.
That's what I'm saying. I hope so. I really hope more people that are better than us, so we have to actually get good at the game and get even better. I hope people are better than me right now.
You gotta give people time. It's a beta.
What do you lose if you die in full PvP? I mean, like everything I know, but like
everything, but you keep abilities, right? Like you're the part of the whole point of the game is you kill bosses, you get abilities. So even if you die, you're still like farther ahead than you were than when you just started. Basically,
you don't lose all progression; you just lose geared progression.
The difference is inventory and equipment. So hardcore PvP, you drop inventory plus equipment. On normal PvP, you just drop inventory. It's very simple. Straight answer.
How hard is creating equipments?
It can be a little time consuming at the end game, so I've been told. So that's one of those things. But if you're on a full loot PvP and you're killing people, you're also getting full sets there. So do your job well, and you should have plenty of backup sets.
But I heard like it's a balanced PvP, right? The equipment won't matter too much.
It honestly
it matters, but it doesn't matter at the same time. So it's like
small matters.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely fights that come down to like 1 health or whatever, and then you'd be like,
the better player will win within like 20 gear score. I'm sorry, but
yeah,
I've killed level 40s at level 20, and I don't know, maybe it's just because that specifically it's easier on the PvP server, like the non-full loot, because people were just worse at the game. But gear score isn't like that important. Like if you're actually good at the game, you can kill people that are in like iron when you're in copper. Like it's definitely possible.
That might change though, to be fair.
No, I don't think so.
Do you think they're gonna
it's just like anything else. Like
I'm just simply saying open mind here.
The only thing that is unfortunate right now, that's like the biggest criticism for sure, is that unfortunately it's very hard. So like in Rust or some shit, you can like headshot people even if you're low, and you're like you can 1v3. But in this game, it's really hard to like 2v4 or like 1v3. Like it's basically impossible because of the way like stuns work, and it just isn't. It's just not like a FPS game, so you can't do that. So there's no duo.
There is a positive to that, don't you think? Because
because it means that you lose sometimes just because there's more players. So like that'd be fine if there was duo merciless, because let's say you only wanted to play with one person, you play duo full loot, right? But there's only 4-man clan full loot. You need to have 4, or else eventually you're just gonna run into 4-mans and then lose. But So there's basically the problem is there's a bunch of different group sizes playing on Merciless. So that's why people quit Merciless. They go in, they want to play Merciless, but they only have 2 people. They die to a 4-man. They're like, this fucking sucks, and then they leave. So they need to add duo Merciless.
The time to kill is too high. Like if your skill gap is appropriate. I'm saying I'm saying a 2-man can't like one shot a guy.
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I mean?
good.
Like
that's how it should be, though.
I'm not saying it's not how it should be, but you're disagreeing with me before I even finish my sentence.
Yeah, see, let him get his
point?
point across.
Sharingan. Yeah, what's the point?
What's the point then? What's your point to be made? There's no point to be made then.
I'm gonna let you
So
finish.
he's literally trying to talk to you and have a conversation, and you cut him off every time this man tries to talk.
Every time?
Listen. You just cut me off. You just cut me off as well, bro.
You're in a VC of over 20
Who
people.
cares, bro? It's Discord. This guy's about to get political or something.
What about
Who the hell cares?
over here?
Dude, it's all right. Just interrupt back. Man up. How tall are you? Nah, I'm chilling. But really though,
take it to another channel, guys. We're chilling. We're watching fucking Jackie Chan here.
I fucking
why are
love
you
Jackie
watching
Chan.
Jackie Chan?
He dies at the end.
But yeah,
Shut the
Fortnite
fuck up.
dies in the end. He's in Fortnite.
Yeah, guys in Fortnite.
That guy came from Fortnite. But really though, that's any devs in here. I know you have no power or moderators or whatever, but if you don't start, spamming to put duo Merciless in, people are going to be really depressed because if you play Merciless with 4 people, it sounds like that'd be fun, but 90% of the time, people don't have 4 on their team. So you're never really 4v4ing anyone. You're just killing 2 people. It's not fun. It's just too easy. Like
make friends, bro.
Make friends, bro. It's not fun when you have 4. If you are sitting with 4 friends on Merciless, half the time you're killing 2-mans and 3-mans. It's easy.
There's so much shit on your.
But I love 4v4s. That's kind of my point. I just love bigger battles.
Yeah, it's classic. That's what, bad people love more battles, more variables, so it's your skill matters less. Less decisions.
You're hinging so much of your self-worth on this skill in the game. It's an accumulation based
self-worth. I don't hinge my self-worth on skill in a game. I think being good at a game gives you authority to have opinions. I'm not losing my mind. I'm sitting here.
Here's my 2 cents.
Oh, whoever your duo partner is, he must have a headache because you never shut the fuck
guy
up.
thinks that he's good at the game.
Game isn't even out yet, and we already have a lead of shitheads.
Yes, exactly. It's more fun when you have an ego. That's the whole point.
Quit clapping.
Just show your feet in your cam. Just show your feet in your cam,
I'm shy.
Ooh, take a break. Goddamn. Hey, what's up, Helsenberg? Sorry about that. I was doing now that channel. It's getting a little too noisy. Yeah, I think it will be fun actually. It's got a super Valheim.
I'm beaten. Please save me.
Yeah, dude, I had to get the fuck out. I mean, I started that channel and I had to leave. I'm like, fuck this channel.
I was like, oh no, please save me.
Here comes the guy with the EP, and I'm like, Jesus Lord. They're my favorites because I'll clap them and then they'll just quit the game.
I think he does have a point though. He just doesn't fucking put it all across very well. Like I think there should be some incentive for a 2v4, but there's just gonna be no like.
Well, they just got diminishing returns. It's the same game problem that plagues all at first. Like you need some diminishing returns so that guy that's getting stun locked by 4 can stun back and actually get a full return, and they're getting like quarter returns on him. So it's like you need a good diminishing return system for multi-stun. So he has a chance, and they'll come up with it, hopefully.
Maybe.
Bro, that channel upstairs just turned to cancer real fast.
Oh yeah.
Really bad.
Too much, bro.
Yeah, I got the game. I just waiting for the download. So
yeah,
that's where I'm at right now.
I wish they'd at least update us. I hate when they pull this shit. Like, give me something. Give me anything. Can I go get a fucking drink? Like, tell me what I can go do right now.
So according to G Portal, it's gonna be like another hour and a half.
But she might be right up in the channel. She had a good point. Maybe they're just updating it to push it out, and it may not be exact,
yeah,
so it's kind of hard.
Exact, yeah. Exactly.
But because I've been watching that same timer.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, 2 hours and 8 minutes on mine now. So it pushed out effectively another 2 hours once it hit exactly on 30 minutes. So it seemed very automative. Right at 30 minutes, that bitch pushed out 2 hours.
Yeah, it's probably just a thing to say, yeah, we don't know the time. We're just going to keep pushing it out until they actually release, so no one's trying to jump on a server as soon as it isn't out.
Let's see.
I didn't know there wasn't Merciless Duo.
Merciless Duo would be fun. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah. I mean, but I do like my 4v4s.
I was talking to a guy. I was like, he was like, "Yeah, I'm looking for a duo Merciless." I just had the message back. I'm like, I don't think there is duo Merciless. Which is kind of unfortunate because there's Merciless in everything else, isn't there? There's solo Merciless.
Oh. Hello.
Well, solo I heard is not going to be coming out yet, so it's not launching.
Gotcha.
It's locked for now, and that kind of makes sense because I started to think about it. I was like, if you are on a solo server, how does Siege work? Because you got to be the golem, so it's a golem versus a dude.
Yeah.
I'm like,
so you're streaming, right?
Yeah, I'm streaming.
Did you get any codes?
I'd have to check my other email.
A bunch of people just got at like 3 a.m. They got sent like 10 to 100 codes for like the game free.
Huh.
Big streamers got 100 and
That's all you're gonna get because no one knows what time it's gonna be out.
Yeah, the game looks really cool. Really excited.
It does look cool, and I am also excited. And it'll be great to buy it when it comes out.
Oh, it's not free.
No, it's $20.
Oh, alright, I'm still paying it.
Yeah, it's like $20. That ain't bad at all.
It's a fair price for a game, so I don't see.
Streamers are getting codes, so you might get dropped a bunch of codes if you just watch Twitch.
Yeah.
Because I know big streamers got 100 and smaller streamers got 10. That's how I got it for free.
I'm still gonna buy the game because I want to support the developer. I enjoy Balright, so I
Balright was so fun.
Yeah.
The combat was really cool.
So I'm gonna pay for it regardless if I get a key or whatever.
That's cool.
I'll just give the key to someone else.
You said that's cool.
That's cool. No.
If you do want to get a key for free, I'm not shitting on you. By the way, I'm just stating how I feel about it.
At this point, you might as well just, if you get a key for free, you might as well just buy the cosmetics, the DLC. Which
yeah, exactly.
Anyway, I'm gonna buy those anyway.
Yeah.
I want the grandma, dude.
I gotta have the grandma skin. That shit's hilarious.
People get so mad.
Studio Ghibli movie.
Well, it's not a skin. It's a human transform skin. So it's the human transformation, like kind of like Wolf is. A lot of people were thinking. A lot of people were thinking it was for the base vampire.
That would be hilarious, and I wish there was an option.
Imagine getting your ass whooped by a geriatric, bro.
That's exactly. I want to whoop people's ass as a grandma.
But they also said they want to have like fluid or like clear signs that someone is using an ability. That's why everything's flashy. And if you had a different type of skin like a grandma, it would be hard to tell some colors out.
The more choices that players have before they start playing the game, the better. That's great. I like the idea that we're going to have PvE and PvP servers on launch, because I'll be honest, I might have not wanted to try the game, and I know a bunch of my friends definitely wouldn't want to try the game if there wasn't a PvE option.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's like I might not like the PvP part of the combat and be like, oh, this feels a little weird or unbalanced or something, and I would not want to play out refund, whatever. Yeah. That's a hypothetical. For me, I like the setting enough to push past that.
I think the game, like many sandboxes, has at least PvP, PvE. But what I think they did even beyond that, that's smart, is they are going with the first sandbox in a long time that's not going to be Zerg controlled. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, I mean, it still might be Zerg controlled. There's no bans coming in for things like that.
Again, why I'm pushing straight to private. I've played enough of these, and I know exactly what's going to happen to those goddamn officials.
To be fair, from what I've heard so far from the vast majority of people who were in the beta, it's very heavily defense favored, like very heavily. So the chances of being offline raided are quite slim.
Do you know the how the raid? Because I was looking at some info on that. So basically, if you have wood walls, it's just explosives to get through. If you have stone walls, you need a golem to initiate any sort of raid at all.
I don't know. I would assume if you have stone walls, if you can do damage to the walls, the regeneration from the.
No, I was telling you to even do damage, you need to build a golem, which is harder to build than explosives.
Yeah, but that's fair, because it takes a lot more work to build a place than it does to destroy it.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, also the castle is your progression. If you lose the castle, you lose everything.
Well,
like you might as well just quit the server at that point, right?
The funny thing is they displayed all these beautiful castles being built, right? Let's be fucking real. It's going to be a rust honeycomb. That's what everybody's building. All right.
Yeah, everything's going to be a honeycomb.
Well, it's going to be going through doors. So once you break the first door, your entire castle is weakened.
My first playthrough is going to be PvE, so I can learn the mechanics and what I like about the game, like what abilities I like, what skills I want to use, and what weapons I want to use. And then I'll go into PvP, because I don't like the idea of being like constantly fucking pressured to learn shit.
I think that's a fun for me, at least. That's why I'm going full loop PvP alpha start.
If you enjoy PvP, all the more power to you. But I'm someone who likes to be comfortable when I move into things. I like to learn before I go into like the shit that's gonna get me killed. Because I don't want to lose like 6 hours of progress and have to start back at the bottom rung.
For me, it's just I know there's gonna be a day I won't log in, so it's like that's the only reason I won't go full loop.
Guys,
that's fair.
So they just tweeted out, looks like really good news really soon. Gotta step away from see you guys very soon.
We're gonna get the game, boys.
That's still a good answer, but the fact that he even mentioned stepping away, I just would have been like, "Yo, good news soon." That's it. He's like, "But I'm gonna step away. I'll be right back."
You had me
That's not a good answer. That shit's super vague, dude.
Why don't y'all just wait?
We're dealing with launch technical issues. Of course, we're gonna get vague fucking statements, man. But at least we know it's gonna be in like 30 minutes.
It could also be a marketing strat to delay games, or because what it does is builds hype.
No, it's Steam issue. It's not even like a marketing thing. It's just Steam being Steam.
I don't think it's good for marketing. I don't think anyone who was on the fence about buying the game is going to buy it because it was delayed. I don't think like how much of a fucking like you have to have a worm brain to think that's a good idea. I know marketers are idiots, but come on, guys, give them a bit more credit than that.
Yeah, just delaying a game so no one can buy it, and then making people not want to buy the game is a great marketing strategy.
No, actually, you'd be surprised. The moment it delayed, there's people already attempting. Like, if Steam had opened it, they'd be trying to refund. Like, there's people like that. Like, it's so fucking amazing. Like, just 1 hour delay, they're like, no, fuck this game, it'll never go back. I'm like, jeez.
People are very, very entitled. Welcome to the internet, unfortunately. It breeds entitlement.
Literally 2 minutes ago, I said, "Yep, good news soon. Be back."
Literally, I went over to their Twitter and saw the game delay post, right? And I opened up the comments, and the first 4 I read were like scumbag human beings just being complete assholes. I'm like,
because they want to get their hands on the game. If they don't get their way, they're just gonna be little whiny babies the entire time.
It's like their brain can't comprehend the logic that the person who runs the Twitter account is just some community manager who has no power at all when the game releases. Are you fucking stupid? You're just
even the game company, even the game company doesn't have fucking the power to. It's Steam.
Oh, even then, it's like it's just a few hours of your time.
But there's parts of that amaze me. Like in game development these days, why would they not if I was going to say a launch is going to happen tomorrow, the day before is when I would plan to be ready and already have everything installed and ready, just not visible.
They have everything ready. It's just Steam is.
Well, I mean, to Steam even, like go ahead and have it uploaded and be like, because you can put a delay on the button. I've seen it before where Steam does that. It's locked, but it's available to download, but locked. Like that's the way I would release.
Well, you can't do that for early access, yeah. That's why you can't pre-order either.
Oh, then it's got to be like a release game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be a full release.
That might be why that changed. I was about to say, I know it used to be different, but yeah, everything's early access these days, so that fucking explains it.
And if people release this as a full game, they'd be pissed anyways.
I remember back in the days where I didn't open up Steam's new releases tab and wasn't spammed with 7 fucking adventure novel bullshit.
Dude, I said it all the time, man. Steam used to be like a gym. Now it's a shithole.
Yep.
I hate
you want a Steam game? $100. That's all you got.
Yeah. I hate to put people on blast, but have you guys seen that guy Swole Benji?
Nah.
I don't know.
It's Swole. He's been posting shit for the last like 3 days all over about why he's such a good YouTuber and why he deserved early access and didn't get it.
To what?
To this game. He's like, I didn't get it. I should have been given a key. I have 67,000 subscribers with 1 million concurrent viewers. I can make this game big. And I'm like, this guy is so entitled.
Nobody
cares. Sounds like a whiny little bitch.
Look,
and then he posted on Steam and got put on blast and deleted his post.
It's pretty good. I like that.
It's still there. It's just deleted ? That's it.
Here's the thing about the internet, man. It's the Wild West, and the problem with that is people are assholes. It's just the nature of the internet, unfortunately.
I think people in general are assholes. Like that's just not an internet thing.
Oh yeah, there are people are definitely assholes. The issue with the internet is it grants you absolute freedom to
full immunity. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So when you do that, people just vent directly into anything. And obviously these people aren't just, like this by nature. They're most likely just have, like, really shitty lives and are just venting.
I don't even think that's the case in most. They probably just can't say the shit to people in real life.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, the amount of shit that people... Yeah, but I don't think their lives are exactly shitty. They're just so insecure that they can't say it to people in real life, so they think that when they have full immunity online, they can just say whatever the fuck they want.
I don't know. I mean, I think this generation's pretty fucked, considering there's no middle class, at least in the UK, I can say that. But I'm not going to get political. Shit, I did.
I mean, we can get political. We have a geriatric president. Russia has a crazy man. We have a nukehead in North Korea.
There are more empty houses in the UK than there are homeless people. And you know what the funny part is if you make like the average salary in the UK and you save the
it's downloading, go, it's up, restart your game.
Oh, it's up.
Restart your Steam.
It's
up.
Hey,
you're right.
£15.49. I will buy that right now and purchase.
So none of the packs are available yet. I just see the straight up cost.
Yeah, it's just a straight up cost right now. I'm assuming they're probably gonna phase that in like the next 20-30 minutes, and then I'll buy the rest.
I had to run across my room to grab my phone.
What's going on, Decimation?
What's up? What's up?
Okay. Blah blah blah. Red next. Thank you. What's this?
Bro, I'm digging
Oh sure.
the decay function.
Play private game. Nope, not like that. Dedicated server. Where do I find the fucking list, bro? PvP. Find servers. Oh shit.
Are you able to set up now? They give you all that shit?
Yeah, I was setting up in the background, which I thought was good to go, but I'm not seeing it on the list, so give me a second. Start looking. All settings, it is online. Settings look really good. Usage, a lot of RAM allocated. What else can I do? Try this by host name then. Maybe I need to hit something that shows unofficial. These are all official. Okay, so recommended. Only dedicated, possibly. Holy shit, there's a ton of servers. Let's do this. Let's do players. How many of us went for big? Oh, you can't fucking do that? Gross. Okay. Players.
Yep.
You might need to change your latency settings too.
What did I put? Blood. Blood Lotus. I see that one. Oh yeah, let's do that. Nope, still not seeing it. Go take a look. It says 1 out of 80 players is on there, which is blowing my mind right now. I guess it's NA. I don't fucking know how to find this thing. Give me a second. That's bracket. NA. No. NA. Blood. Maybe I'm in the wrong thing. I go back. I have it on any, so yeah, it should definitely show up. Just do all the any's I can. Oh, there it is. Blood for blood. I guess clan size is fucked up. So there you go. If you want to look for search for blood and do any, because clan size is 4, I guess it's kicking it out of this unless you're in any, which might be a problem for people searching us. But join the game. Oh, my neck is huge. The fuck? Somebody fix this. Jesus.
Bro, you forgot about the Epic Day 1 patch? Come on now.
The fuck?
Like the commonplace for everything now.
Dude, you see your character's neck? I can't get over it. Got a neck for days.
kind of want the grandma skin now, bro. Just a little bit.
Oh, I gotta buy my girl's character too.
Fucking whoop your ass is Mimo. Hell, let's go.
Yeah, that one is hilarious. That skin, or I guess it's a form. So after you kill that NPC in game, you get the human form. But I guess that just skins it to grandma.
How do I join the server?
All right, so you're gonna want to search keyword in the top left, blood, and make sure you have it on any for clan size, because it's a 5 clan size and it seems to screw it up a little bit, but you will find it. Just type in blood as the key name.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Blood for blood will be there. Server is up.
Cool. Nice.
There we go, blood for blood.
There, the DLC's not available right now?
Nope, they said it'll be up soon.
Yeah, wait on that.
Very cool, bus driver.
Soon, TM.
TM, always add the TM.
Hey man, 10 out of 10. Quality mean, bro. Refill my coffee real quick. I'll be right back, fellas.
What's this one? You can be. Fuck it. I'm gonna be a female just because the male looks fucking ridiculous to me.
Man's got all neck.
Yeah, dude got neck for days.
All neck.
That's how you jump. That's pretty cool.
Hopefully this shit blows up like Albion.
It could. Have potential. See how it goes.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was. I thought it was just like DLC for Albion when I fucking saw it, dude. Like,
For real?
Yeah, looks like it. Bullshit. Yeah.
Oh, spacebar. That's a cool ability. Okay, that's time based. The C-do. Counter? Okay. Good in bones. F is pick up.
You streaming right now, big dog?
Yeah. Have it open if possible.
Okay.
Ooh, I like that F ability. Or R, I mean. Should be able to craft now. Let's do this. Thing, sword. Love how slow this 2.7 gigabit download's going on her side. People notice now. I got in real quick. Wow, the range on this sword is incredible. or something? I think it did, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about going like dagger build or something like that. Something fast.
What's wrong with that?
Hey, what's up, big dog?
Not much. How's it?
The game looks fun. I'm still downloading. But definitely quality from what I see.
Such a small download. That download 2 minutes.
You can put a beard on the females.
Why?
Why is a good question.
We're not doors.
But you can. I'm just saying. All right. Craft. Okay, all kinds of bone guards.
Yeah, man. Good find, by the way, man. I wasn't even tracking this game was coming out.
Yeah, I think Aiden passed it to me actually, so
Yeah,
on his part.
Someone else found it first and posted it.
Oh, I see. That is an uptake in my blood.
It's just one of those games, huh? Oh man, nose won't stop running.
So online play or private game?
It's gonna be PvP. You're gonna go online PvP or whatever. Otherwise, it's gonna try to create your own game, and from that lobby, you can pick what you need. Oh, I don't know if counter works on range. Don't try that again.
What's the server ID or port?
Just type in blood as the server name and look for blood for blood. Don't change any other settings. It should work.
Yeah, I'm digging that Nosferatu skin. Thing looks tight. Looks just like the old movie. Pretty good.
Look at that. It actually shows your friends on the server.
That might make it even easier for people to join. What else do I need to do? Gloves. What do we need? Animal hide. How am I supposed to get that? What was your question?
Do I have to be a vampire?
Yeah, yeah, they're all vampires.
Elfish vampires at that.
No, that's an idea right there. If they were to make like a hunter DLC where you could play as the hunter rather than a vampire, kind of like Van Helsing, that'd be pretty awesome. Would be pretty good.
Just saying, it's the ears.
That comes to real gameplay. Stay alive during the day.
Yeah.
This is some impressive hair physics.
Alright.
Ooh, it is daylight. Son of a bitch.
So you said PvP. Okay.
A lot of hair customization options.
Blood. Nice. Alright, boys, I'm in. Let's fucking go. I apologize for screaming if I'm cursing, so I'll cut that out.
Remember when you spawn into the real world, we're going bottom right.
Okay.
Ruh-roh, boys. Vampire just woke up.
How it be sometimes.
Love the hair, bro. That's so good.
The neck on those guys, though, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, bro. Hey, yo, we just skipped shoulder day, alright? Ready to roll. Perfect. Beautiful.
Oh, it's very bright over here.
My man looks like he's
Getting
been hitting
fired
the pipe
on
for...
that a laser bolt from an orbital strike.
Looks like a cockeyed psychopath, bro. What's up?
Oh, God.
It's too low. It's daylight. It's like cut down trees. That's my shade, motherfucker. That's a bad idea.
Oh, hell no. Come at me, bro. Come
You would have lost that fight badly.
Yeah, no way.
already picking on each other.
Yeah.
He came up running behind me, started swinging at me, so I just turned around and started to wail on him with my sword. Oh no!
Yo, man, where'd you get that sword from?
I crafted it.
Oh, you crafted it? Alright, alright.
They have an auto run feature, which is attached to my push to talk button.
Nice.
Yeah, that was mine too, and I had to change it because it's real difficult to do that shit in PvP, and you're talking and you just start auto running off another direction.
Yeah, it's a crafting thing.
Alright, cool.
There's like 3 enemies. Except you came blazing through and took all the enemies and killed.
Oh, dude, my bad. I was just messing with you, man. I wasn't trying to actually disrupt you.
I don't care.
Look at this guy. Oh, I don't know if you don't try. Oh.
Zelda time. You need bones to do it though. You need bones. Will to craft this.
Oh. That's why all this shit was broken over here. Golem's a badass. I'm leaving. Quit. I see.
Yeah, if I can, man, I'm definitely gonna try to go paladin build.
Says the undead creature. That's hilarious.
Yeah, no, right.
There's healing in this game.
I mean, I would assume. I mean,
there are some skills you can get from some of the bosses that do damage depending on the target.
Does work. It says to interact with the castle heart, but it doesn't tell you shit about how to make one. Is it B?
Hit B.
Oh, I see. I got it. Yep. The fuck have I been getting blood essences from?
Killing stuff.
I figure. I'll just keep killing shit then. Wolves. Experiencing a little lag on the server. Anybody else? To see if it's my stream or just. Okay.
Not that I'm recognizing as lag.
Yeah, I've not noticed any.
Good. So I'd rather it be just me. It could be so that I could update my drivers and stuff later.
Could also be that I just not recognizing it as lag.
I'm definitely I just lagged out again. Oh, and no connection issue. Holy shit. Super lagged out. Oh, this is not good. got downed. That's a thing.
All right. I have a few friends that are coming in.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they'll literally probably do their own thing and just kill whoever they see. But that's the point of the game, right? So.
Yeah, no, that's part of the game. I support it wholeheartedly. Okay, so I died. I was right next to a wood gate.
Invite a friend over to the Discord, or?
No, yeah, go out as much as you want. It's a server Discord now, so.
Yep.
This is awesome, though. This is actually harder than I thought it would be, too, which I actually approve of wholeheartedly as well.
Yeah, I agree.
I gotta dodge those arrows better. That's what's kept clapping me, is these fucking archers.
Nope.
It's very dodgeable.
Leave me alone, Tommy! No! Trying to send a message.
Oh, fuck, there is a...
Oh, bro, you can hold down left alt and do emotes.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Left control is your vampire abilities.
I'm not fully understanding that. What does it do for me when I use these?
The expose your vein will. You can use that, and you can share your blood with other people. So if you've got a high percentage or something like that on blood, and the blood men will use your blood to heal yourself. It's the round globe in the middle of your screen is your blood level. So you need to continuously feed. If that hits 0%, you'll die.
Oh, I see.
Start
that makes more
damage.
sense. Yeah, I've been keeping that up. I just didn't know I could use it to heal myself. I've been running around low until I finally died.
Got a friend. Ask someone with the invite permission to help. I need to be able to invite via Steam.
Fuck, I keep getting my ass whooped.
Anybody here got permissions for invites? They could pass me a link.
You have the highest authority in the guild?
You should be able to make an invite. You're a blue name.
Yeah.
I'll give you the link I use. Let's see here.
Where do you find rats? Or not rats, where do you find animal fur from?
You need to leave that area.
Yeah, when you get out of the area, you'll run into some wolves and stuff.
Oh.
Thanks, appreciate it. Message failed to load. What the? Let me restart this. It's being weird.
Fuck.
Be right back, guys.
That feels a lot like Battle Bright, and I just gotta get used to it again. I keep getting my ass whooped. I think I'm way out of my level zone, though. So I have no idea how to tell what level I even am.
Right next to your health bar above your head, that's your gear level.
That's a gear levels. Got it.
Yeah.
You said it's Oh, if I highlight myself?
Just right over the top of your head, you should see your health
bar,
right?
yeah.
There should be a number next to it.
I'm level 10, but I'm fighting level 20s. So I guess it's probably not advised.
Come here, Bambi.
Oh, I found a chest though at this camp. No wonder this was so hard to beat through. Finally got through, and there's a nice chest in there. Got what I need now. There.
You want to group up, I mean?
Yeah, eventually. I think I use some group mates. Oh, it does go up. Nice.
I'm actually on the same quest as you.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm just way south
Let me
of you.
see how to invite you. P? I'm gonna go P. Great Clan. Yep, there it is.
You're way up there.
Tried to invite Cable. Holy shit. Alright, the sun got real fast up here.
It did on me too.
Speed. See, I keep wanting to hit C to heal.
So at least you can hide in the
Yeah,
shade
absolutely.
of the tree.
Those are kind of hard to see in the snow, I ain't even gonna lie.
I am working my way up to you.
Okay.
This is probably gonna take a minute. It's pretty painful and stuff.
Bro. That doesn't apparently count. That was close.
Found Superman.
Him and Nathan should be on eventually. I don't know where they're at right now.
If you look at the map, you see where I am. Superman's got some wall set up.
Oh, he already found the server and stuff?
Yeah, he's got some walls set up.
Nice.
Actually, not a bad spot. Now, we're in a spot where he can set up multiple bases. I don't know how big these things get. Oh, I may have fucked up. That's an 18 bear.
Copper ingot, leather. Goddamn, son. I feel like I must need to craft crafting stations, but I can't figure out how. Oh, let me claim this quest first. Maybe it'll teach me. But yeah, now more stuff's becoming available. There we go. Wooden stash.
Oh, thank God.
She's gotta get rid of this stuff then. finally night, right? Nice. Right. Run the feet on that. Hey, what's up?
There's a giant angry stone golem.
Yeah.
Wanna help me kill it?
No, we'll try to. It one-shot me. I'm not doing it again.
Yeah, you won't be able to kill it for a while.
Whooped me ass.
It's at half health.
And right now, also, I'm really low. That guy just go. There he is. I'm really low on blood, so I'm trying to find something to kill. This thing fucking fights.
Do you need food still? Come to me. There's a low level deer over here.
I almost got this one. Big elk. He just goes invisible a lot when he's near items. It's really stupid. There we go.
It's because it's line of sight, so that's just their way of.
Gotcha.
Their way of doing it, I guess.
There you go. Now I gotta worry about dying while I finish. We gotta like clear all the shit up here to build. It's all in the way.
Should I build up here or should I go down?
Do you have to place a Hearthstone as well? Or does it work for if you come up here and interact with mine, does it complete your
quest? You can interact with yours, yes.
That's what I figured.
So can I place? I can expand off yours.
You can expand the borders, but your heart you cannot place close to his.
Oh, I need borders. That's what I need. Okay,
and
so
they do not interact. They will not. You can't put them together, right?
No, but I can expand his borders.
Yes.
I'm just gonna start placing some stuff just to complete quest. We can pick them up and move them later.
How the fuck do I interact with there it goes. Alright, now we need a simple workbench. 29 plank. Okay, so I gotta use this damn thing now. Insert essence. What the fuck is an essence? Ah, I see. So now our blood pool is consuming. Okay. That makes some more sense.
If your castle heart is not protected, people can come up and interact and destroy it.
Well, plus your mill and shit won't work unless you got blood in the pool. So
yeah, correct.
Blood essence, so I got that going now. Yeah, what we'll do, I picked this spot because you see the terrain, June. It has like a double choke.
Yes.
I think we could build down onto that. So can I only build these little squares a certain distance from my thing, or I'm missing resources actually for... Oh, it takes blood essence to create boundaries. Never mind.
It takes blood essence for your boundaries, and they all have to connect.
Gotcha. How many of these do I need? Simple... Oh, I need simple workbench. What does that take again? That takes 8. Okay. We'll have 8 soon. Just crafting them up.
I'm gonna have to do everything too, so.
Yeah, so whatever you need to do, you can just interact with my sawmill and stuff once you get there, so. Well, it's our sawmill, technically.
I'm sure we're gonna rearrange a bunch of stuff too.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Was this the golem you were working on? Oh wow.
The one that low under half health?
Nah, it's about a quarter down now. I don't know if he's been healing. But I could barely hurt him.
I was hitting him for 2 with my blood leech ability.
Yeah, that's what I'm hitting him for. Oh god. He doesn't really like... Oh, there we go. Let's say.
How do you interact with this? Oh, I have to come over here. There's that. Did you create... Or you're working on a simple bench right now?
Yeah, simple workbench right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of space to expand down here too, so that's pretty good. My big concern though is going to be that element, or those stone elementals just right there. Can we make roofs?
You make what?
Roof?
I don't know.
Because we kind of need roofs.
Oh.
Not in the beginning. You can't till you get to the castle building. And then you have to complete the floor, the walls, and then it'll put a roof over top. In the meantime, there's these, the mist braziers. It'll create a shaded area that's fueled off a bone.
I think those are your pants. Did you just take my gloves out of there?
I just crafted a pair of gloves.
You got to use your own gloves to make the gloves. Now I don't have gloves to make the gloves.
Sorry. Here's that. Why isn't this crafted?
Yeah, it takes the prior set to make the new set. So.
You don't have.
Yeah,
to
I knew that.
You don't have to put your gloves in the thing.
No, it pulled. I'm just saying I crafted it and he took them, so I was like, now I have no gloves to get my gloves.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I was letting him know.
Well, I was trying to. What am I missing? Oh, I need more animal hide. And it's daytime. This will be very difficult.
Making a reinforced mace now. Hate when it's daytime. I really dislike it. Where'd my hammer go?
That's interesting.
What the fuck? I was just safe.
Yeah, and the sun moved.
I always hate C to fucking heal myself. I don't know why.
Go sleep in your coffin.
It's in the sunlight.
You're still protected.
Nice.
And then when you get out of the sunlight, then it'll restore your max health. So you remember how Fractured just got that reduced health? This game has the same thing. And that's how you restore it. So do you just put wood planks in and you get wood out, or put wood logs in and get planks out, and it just automatically goes?
Correct.
how we move things.
B.
So like to move a coffin or something? You're saying, oh, just B, go in there and I can move it?
Yeah, if you go to your build menu, you click on the coffin, it should...
Am I not healing in my coffin, or is it just really slow?
It's really slow.
That's okay then. I'll chill here.
So I'm assuming there's a way to probably speed it up at some point.
The little black bar that you get on your health, that's just out of combat, that'll go up.
Yes, but it's the gray bar.
Yeah.
Hey, how the sun's moving.
We're almost at night.
It's fucking me up.
Fuck, I run a crossbow.
Whoa. Jesus Christ. Found a boss. Frostmaw the Mountain Terror. He just fucked me up. I'm downed. I'm gonna release. Trying to track this wolf. I need to get his alpha blood or some shit. Leading me into all kinds of hell.
So can you jump up cliffs? Like you can jump down them?
Don't think so.
There is a frog form that you can get, and you can jump up one level.
Blood tracking's got me going across the world, bro. would you not move? Finally, found those damn wolves. Oh, I got wolf form now. Oh. Interesting. Now wolves don't attack me, I guess.
Yeah, you should be safe from all animals in wolf form.
Humans still want to beat me up, though. And you got a movement speed buff, which is nice. What about the sun?
45%.
You still have to hide in the shade.
Son of a bitch. Oh yeah, I catch fire right away. Holy shit, there's a bunch of people over here.
Don't train me, man. Fuck.
I was coming towards you because I thought you were at base, and I was wrong. I'm like, nope. Whoa, I do got fire arrows.
Yeah, you just train here real hard. Luckily, I dropped everything of value off. But goblins just raided this bandit camp.
Yeah, I noticed they will do that. Bandits and the goblins are fighting it out.
Let's just say I'm taking advantage. With
Hey,
my
humans will also fight animals.
catapult.
If you bring them close enough. Even a deer.
Bro, this game is freaking awesome.
It's definitely got really cool features.
Aw, can't swim though. That face. Trying to do a whole water-based thing, but so the bandit camps are by far some of the best early game shit you can get into. It's really good.
They also are kind of hurt.
Oh yeah, but
I almost made it to base. I'm gonna die more to sunlight than I think fucking anything.
oh, another sun, another sun.
Yeah. It burns fast once it gets going.
Burns fast and
how do you how do you get stone dust?
I'm not sure yet.
That is a great question.
Because I'm in a predicament because it says I need stone dust to make whetstones, but in order to make the thing that I assume would give you stone dust, you need whetstones. So I'm like, I don't know how to get it otherwise. I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Like, get a stick, but to get a stick, you must chop a tree. Yeah, but to chop a tree, you need an axe. To make an axe, you need a stick. Like, what?
Yeah. Barriers to entry are too high. Make a godson.
Go away, son. Nobody wants you.
Definitely nobody wants this damn song.
Well, just make a bunch of fucking braziers everywhere. There you go.
Thank God.
Do I have this and 2 more? Okay. I need to make. I'm just gonna make all the production facilities and see if I can find it.
Task. Links.
Should be able to make. No, I need a lot more planks. I suppose I can actually go this way. Go up and jump down. Which I can do.
Windsward.
Guess I will build a blood press and hope that this gives me what I need. Nope. It does not. Not giving me what I need. That is useful. I doubt that does. Thanks, Rock Shotgun. What the fuck? Oh, I have to go kill bandits for these, I guess. I can't go stone die. Okay. Can't make them until I murder bandits, I guess. Isn't that far to the north from where I am? Okay.
What are you trying to do?
Whetstones.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
in order to craft whetstones, you need stone dust. But in order to get the thing that makes stone dust, you need whetstones. So it's just like a catch-22. You have to go find them. Coarse thread. Alright.
Wow.
Probably feeding on these guys.
So you can still sort of see people who are stealth.
Sort of,
when they're
yeah.
stealth, you can hit them.
This guy is fucking strong. God, these fuckers in there. Okay, that just is a. I want that ability. Give me that ability, you bastard. Oh my god. Brute. Attacks light.
Damn it.
Oh my god. They're fucking sunlocking me! These guys, holy shit. Let's die. Oh. These are fucking tough. Oh my god, these fucking rogues are no joke. Paper. Okay, there we go. Oh, I see. What does worker mean? Sure shield. Over there.
Oh, shit.
Oh no. I'm in the wrong. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I thought I was in to shade, but I wasn't. I'm AFK for a second.
Alright, I just killed one of the bandits for the Keely the Frost Archer.
Just like go around it. like the loot respawn time is, or the NPC respawn time is when you kill something?
I'm not sure. So, the whetstones, you're saying you just get them off NPCs randomly, or what?
They're in camp, so if you look on your map, and you look at like the yellow highlighted areas, and you mouse over them, they'll show you what type of loot you can get from them. And you have to look for one that says whetstone. You have to go find there, and there's like a chest you open, and it has whetstones in them.
Got it. Okay.
Actually, there might be more chests here. Oh yeah, there is. Ah, here we go. Also a lot of copper here. Playing like the inching game where I'm just waiting for the sun to slowly rotate so I can get just the amount of shade to hit this copper node. Wrong way.
Oh, fucking Superman leaving my body.
Superman's on. That Discord though, what a loser.
It's almost night again, thank God.
It's almost night. Steak. There we go.
No, god damn it. Oh. AIs are decent shots.
They are. Also, those rogues are fucking insane. Those are so hard to deal with. So I'll make some bricks. How do I get leather? I need to find a place that gets leather, I guess.
You got to be able to do a tannery, and then.
Yeah, that's the issue though, is that I don't have a tannery. That's where you go to get that, I guess. I don't know how to. I can't make a tannery either, so I guess I have to research it.
Blood altar item. I think you got to go kill somebody to get it.
That makes sense. There's a big stash. Bird working bench, tannery. The frost archer.
What's her name? The Frost Archer?
The Frost Archer lady.
I actually killed her earlier.
Oh. So maybe she's not that hard then?
I'm killing Fist.
Storage.
Garlic exposure, what the fuck?
I'm guessing you ate garlic.
Well, they got it hanging in their town, the smart motherfuckers. I can like destroy. Came out here to fight me with a frying pan.
I can almost freeze this guy.
low. Oh. Oh. What the hell's what? Looking like the bandit copper mine.
So that frost archer gives you the ability to cast a frostbat, and 2 of them will freeze any of the lesser enemies. And you can dual cast them back to back rapidly.
Ooh, neat.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up? What's up?
How do I jump on the server?
Just go to the servers list and type in blood in the top left. Should pull up blood for blood server. Just got myself a horse.
Nice. I want to have the wolf form. Oh god.
If you hit tab while on the horse, you'll see that it takes water, and there's a time that it will die.
That's got 6 hours on it.
You need to put canteens of water on it. You can also rename it so you know it's your horse.
Gotcha. Oh shit. Sun moved on me.
Yeah. That hit me, you bastard.
Definitely a lot faster with the horse getting around though. Oh god. Okay. Ran into that world boss again. I hate this guy.
Is it a world boss or is it something we could possibly possibly heal.
No, definitely a world. Wow, he just shot me off my horse.
Oh.
Is it a stone or is it like a? What is it?
It's got some kind of weird name. I ain't going close enough to him to tell you again because he just almost killed me.
If it's the one in the snow area, it'll take a little bit.
He's strong as
get
shit.
Higher gear level, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's only out in the daytime too. I don't seem to run into him at night.
I noticed the bear sleep.
I need to be here. Isn't where I need to be.
Just died in the shadows, which is fucking weird. I'll be very happy when the base has a roof.
Like I said, just get the these skeleton things.
What are those?
There's like what's it? These blue braziers that basically block out the sun in an area around it.
Got it. Let's check those out. Nuts. Okay. No, I'm starting to starve. Real life.
Let's wait till night. It's night.
Yeah, I've been watching too. It's almost there. Whoa. I haven't had any luck with the whetstones yet. I've got all this like cloth and thread and all kinds of other shit.
Yeah, if you press M, it'll show you. Which
Well, sort of. You've had to have discovered it.
Oh hey Superman.
There's one right there. I do see one.
There we go. Wait, did he kill what I was hunting?
Whoa.
Hey.
Body thief.
I gotta invite you.
Yeah, well, my base is way the fuck away from here.
Mine's not too far from here. Oh, what the hell?
By the way, did you kill the Ice Queen here?
Yes, I did.
Fuck. I literally ran across the map to kill that bitch, you bastard.
Oh.
Is that Archer? Frost Archer?
Yeah.
The respawn timer doesn't seem to be too terribly long then.
Okay, I'll have to wait then.
Well, I'll be here for a little bit, so I'll help you kill it when it respawns.
Yeah. I'm all the way on the west side of the map.
Why are you over there?
I don't know, I saw a cool place that looks cool to make a base out of, so I did.
Oh.
That looks kind of cool, but there's no way.
Where is that bozo Cable?
He is up.
Cable came to my house talking shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a Cable thing to do.
Actually, nah, no thanks.
And then ran away because he was protected.
How do you? Is there like an area chat?
Yeah, it's a local chat.
Is it like voice local or is it text local?
Both.
Oh, okay.
It's local like.
Okay.
Gotta be pretty close to hear somebody.
Ouch. You're hitting me too, so be careful, Superman.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Luckily, I have decent armor and a copper spear, so I just fuck these guys up. Yeah.
What do we make to make leather?
You have to make leather, you need to kill the Ice Queen. So, yes, Archer, lady, whatever.
What do you mean? I don't know what that means. You have to
do the blood.
progress
So
far
you have
enough in the
to
quest.
make the altar, and then you have to do the blood hunt to go kill her, and then go back and complete it, and then you get the leather or tannery. Yeah.
So I need 8 planks.
Right, here we go.
So can you make the tannery?
Did you kill her, or did you take her blood?
I took her blood.
Consumed her blood.
Yeah, then as long as you have the forward, you should be able to complete it, even if you weren't tracking her.
Are you able to make the tannery then? Be in your production tab.
Yeah.
You walked right in front of it.
Well, I don't expect you to start fucking shooting shit. I'm sorry.
That's all I'm doing, because I don't want to get in melee range, so I hit you or you hitting me.
I just need wood planks.
How many?
8. I have 1 on me right now. I just need 7 more.
I'll put 59 of them in that box.
Where do you want me to place it?
It's leather, right? Yeah,
Oh, she dodged.
See here, B.
Ow.
I'm gonna stick it right here for now. We can move
There
this
you
later,
go.
right?
No, you. Well, yeah, I guess.
Or
that's just the doorway.
What's that?
So that's
I think
just
you
the
need
doorway.
to extract blood.
I did it already.
Yeah. There we go.
I've put a bunch of them around back too of the squares.
Alright.
So that gave me frost.
We should probably knock down some of these walls.
Alright, I'll show you where my place is, Civil.
Yeah, I'm 1,000 meters away.
Huh?
So I'm 1,000 meters away from here. Please go. Why am I the one getting hit?
Was there a specific spot you wanted me to place it?
No, it's any of these squares back there should be fine.
Yeah, oh my god! You've killed me, Super. You probably killed me.
Yeah.
Alright. I lived.
Oh my God.
Ow! They're still fucking. They do a lot of damage and they're shooting at me.
They have fire arrows.
That explode.
Exploding fire arrows.
And all my leather back here in this box. I've got like 2,000 thrown there.
Where'd you go? I don't even see where you went.
Oh, you motherfucker.
I mean, I was dodging fire arrows, so don't expect me to.
Yeah.
I hate that I can't go lower than that. That's really weird.
Oh, get off!
Show me where you are on like just the map. Just like tell me. I'll tell you where I am.
Incapacitated!
Oh, I think I know where you are. I think I know where you are. Hang on. That's a camp.
He's a little ways south of
Oh
the
God, I'm gonna die!
A little ways south of the what?
the Vampire Waygate.
Are you kidding me?
Just east of where you killed.
Oh yeah, I know where he is then.
Where you need to kill the ice archer.
Yeah. I know where he is.
Oh my god. I'm downed.
What is how going to do? Nothing. Okay. Just nothing.
I don't. Can you even revive somebody if you're not?
You can. I see your dead corpse. Is this you?
Yeah, I'm not dead. I'm just down.
How do I get out of here? Hold to feed. Yeah, I can feed you blood.
No, you're killing me.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh well, bye.
Way to go, Civil.
First kill of the game. Let's go. I claim the first blood
Bro.
in Super.
You fucking troll.
I thought I was like feeding you a heart or something to revive you. But I guess
That's
not.
the dumb shit. That's the dumbest thing.
Yeah,
See,
whatever.
That's why you're the fake Civil, damn it.
I'm watching your shit. Don't worry. Just come here and get it.
What did that take from me? I wonder if that took anything from me.
It drops your what looks to be. I'm just.
No, I meant like.
Blood.
Yeah.
Whatever skill you had, right? So. Whatever your blood pool was.
At it. Yeah. So whatever your blood, your skills, and then your materials, by the looks of it. Oh wait, there's a chest here.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was fighting these assholes. They're shooting.
Ignoring them. Silver coin, I guess.
Sure. You'll take damage if you loot it.
It's silver. Yeah, you're right.
It's not gonna do too much, so you'll be fine.
As you carry more silver, as you carry more silver,
It does more damage. Okay.
It doesn't do too much damage. It's only like 0.8 every tick or something like that.
I'm gonna make more salves and
All right. Well, I'm south of here.
There's traders that you interact with and trade shit for silver.
Yeah, I saw that.
But you have to have the human form in order to do it.
I'm just gonna drop this for now. It's only 10. I don't give a shit.
Give it to me.
You can take it. You can take it. It's close to your base, and I have to carry it like all the way fucking back. So. I need to also go and get a new ring. My ring's still the bone crap. Oh, here's where you are?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on the map. What's it? Basically, so all the way west, and then just above like the starting area.
Damn it,
little,
I don't have.
Citadel area.
You have any leather on you?
No. That's where I was going to go get to make the tannery.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. So I need to complete this quest to upgrade my fucking castle hut.
Be right
back. Back to my base.
Grab some food.
I guess just run.
Unbeaten. I picked up the copper.
Oh, there's a tree outside your house, by the way.
I know.
It's called defenses.
I also found Kilo's house. I don't know who that is, but they're near me. They're decaying. I tried to rob them because he didn't have a door, but no, he had no stuff.
Got me a tannery.
You get down there. What's that? Is this iron? Yeah, probably iron. Or gold.
Oh man, you can make leather. Oh, so much better.
Iron has like a blue tint to it. If it's real yellow, it's sulfur.
Oh, it wasn't sulfur then. Bandits. Dip, dive, dodge. Dip, dive, dodge. Oh, here's Roos. guy. Might as well do him while we're here.
I think I need to kill that guy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you get the upgraded chests.
Yeah, his stuff is like right below you, by the looks of it.
you get a horse and did you need anything to capture it?
No, you just gotta find, like, just like the Whetstone, one of the bases said horse in it, so I went in there and found it, and there was a horse standing there, and just hit it. Hit F to tame. Real simple.
Oh, they're just summoning losers. Fuck. You know what? Y'all can just have that graveyard to yourselves. I'll be back later.
Guess carrying around silver is a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. It hurts.
Keep it small amounts. Build up your silver resistance. God, those villagers are tough.
Huh?
The villagers.
Alright, they're beefy.
They're level 28. They just run away, but
You know, you gotta beat them up. It's hard. If the animals are around, I can just eat.
Yeah, once you start getting copper weapons, they have abilities way stronger.
Mm-hmm.
That's good enough.
So a full stack of blood is 1 day, 9 hours, 20 minutes. Ish. So 1 day, 9 hours. For 250 of the blood stuff.
many of the West Stones you need? 4 or 5 to make that thing?
Huh?
How many of the West Stones do we need to make the grinder? Like 4 or 5?
4. 4 required.
Got 3 of them so far, June. Oh, Griffey's a person. I'm chasing a dude.
He's probably running for his life, he doesn't realize.
Oh, my ring broke. Okay.
What'd you break?
My ring.
Oh.
I was wondering because my gear score went down. I was like, huh.
Yeah. It'll go down also depending on what weapon you're holding too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I have my big weapon out, so I was like, I went down to 17. Usually 20, but it was my ring broke. What in the hell?
My base is now safe from the outside elements.
This tree is killing all the NPCs that come close to my base.
That's free loot.
I got all forged stones. I'm on the way back.
Cool. How'd you name your horse?
Top right of tab.
Where on the tab key?
Top right. There's the edit button on the pencil.
Oh, I see.
Looks like I just stumbled.
I found Tristan the Vampire Hunter. Not good.
Yeah,
Oh my god, I just died. There's a dude here. Oh, you're way far away too. Damn it. Try to get back. This fucking sun's stupid. Everything about this game is great except that one aspect. It's really kind of gay. It's every 5 minutes. Technically they said it's 6 and 12, but it's still all fucking very often.
They need to reduce the damage.
I see. The damage maybe need to go. Alright. The damage might need to get there. I can't talk, huh? Damage needs to be reduced.
Damage of what?
Oh, the sun. Although you can get around it later by becoming
No,
human.
it doesn't need to be reduced. It's the sun. It should be blowing your ass up immediately. Fight in the shade. Unbeaten, you know better.
I'm just trying to ride back to base. It's just so inconvenient. Dodging in between every shadow I can, but then I went through like a encampment. There was no shadows.
Oh shit! That motherfucker Treant hits hard as shit.
Yeah, he's a skull. Don't fuck with him.
He's level 36.
Why are these not square?
Oh no. Tangled.
Are you getting any copper while you're out? I keep filling it, but it just keeps disappearing.
I'm getting copper right now.
We need lots of it.
That fucking.
Let's drop 200 more in there.
Shit.
All my armor is breaking right now, which is gay.
Is there a way to repair armor? You just have to make new shit.
There is repair. No, there's a repair thing. If you go in your inventory and you hover over it, you can repair.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm not
repair.
sure
Nice.
how to repair yet.
Middle mouse button.
It's middle mouse, yeah.
That definitely helps.
That's gonna be huge. Especially once we start getting into the tougher gear to...
Much better.
Yeah, the only copper I've pulled so far has been for the heart upgrade.
Oh, also you can get some resistance items, apparently.
I got our grinder now.
I regret not grabbing a horse. I walked 30 meters out of the base. Yeah, because I want to upgrade to some of my gear.
More stone.
At least the weapon, right now.
Did I definitely do one of your weapons? I just put 200 more copper in there.
Yeah, me too.
I was just saying, don't pass up the nodes when you see them. We go through copper pretty fast. Still gotta upgrade our armor.
So is there different armor types, or is it all gonna end up being...
It seems like there are. Like, some have set bonuses, some don't.
Yeah, and you have to find the recipes or research it.
Probably need a better workbench too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ooh, we need the traveler's wrap too. That requires 4 cloth, 4 leather. Do we have cloth?
Probably. I know I picked up a bit.
Here's 5. Do you have a traveler's cloak yet? Traveler's wrap?
What's the traveler's wrap?
It's an armor piece that gives 12 health, 15 sun resistance.
No, I was doing the plated bone stuff. And now I just upgraded to Night Stalker. I don't even see what you're talking about.
What's this?
Scroll to the bottom of the... Oh, you don't even have it.
Oh, I need blood. Oh, shit.
Why do you not have it unlocked?
I don't know.
He's
Put
not
that
being
X
right
on the
now.
map, Seven?
Huh?
Did you put that X on the map?
Oh, can you see that?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that's a place to get the next upgrade for the next ring.
Wow.
So just put that there to remind me.
Is there an auto run in this game?
I don't know.
It's what?
Yes, there is. Mine was set to mouse button 4.
Figure out what it is.
Find an animal to eat.
Look at this cloak I have on my character.
Oh, nice. Is that what you made? You talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're supposed to be able to share recipes with your allies. I just don't know how.
think they learn it over time. I don't know. I don't know what the process is for that.
Wolf. There we go.
How's Rufus running from me? What? Are you kidding me right now?
I found Superman's base.
Oh shit.
Man, do I go with the sword or the spear first?
I've been going with the spear first, since it just does more damage against enemies.
Yeah, but the sword has that nice AoE swing. Hit more enemies.
The copper spear has a good AoE Q, so it hits. Yeah.
Oh, that motherfucker.
I'm not sure what the sword's AoE is, or what the Q ability on the sword is, but the spear one at least has been doing me justice.
I've been liking the spear.
Oh my god, I'm missing my crate. Oh god!
Superman's almost dead. I'm watching him.
What? Where are all these extra mobs coming from? Yeah, hey. Scumbag.
Yeah, I don't like the whetstone recipe.
Whetstone recipe is kind of ass and annoying, but
copper ingot.
Just a copper, yeah. It's a copper ingot. To be fair, I'm not sure what else you need whetstones for. After just getting the grinder going, so.
Maybe we'll try out the copper sword. I'll tell you what the Q is.
More cloth. I need. Wait, do I need cloth?
Probably need the copper mace for higher tier ores too. But,
yeah.
I don't think we're quite to that point
You
yet.
just need to eventually get all of them, obviously. More planks, more copper. Oh, I need planks.
Whirlwind. Spin around, slice nearby enemies, dealing 35% physical damage every 0.25 seconds for 1.
On a sword?
Seconds. Yeah.
Nice. That's pretty good.
Spin to win.
Yeah. You got the Garen move.
When you get to the quest that says you have to do the floor, and it's ought to all be out of stone. You split it all.
Yeah.
Big pain in the ass.
Chop this down.
Oh.
Now what I want to do. Wait, what does this do?
We should just.
Oh, if you drink. Oh, never mind. There's a brew. Ah, fuck.
We should just make a small small one. That way we can complete it and then expand.
That's what I'm doing at the doorway. So we start honeycombing from there anyway.
Well, I mean, I don't think. No, whatever.
I activate the bazaar.
Yeah. Oh.
What do you need the wood for?
Huh?
What do we need wood for?
I'm just putting more wood inside the. I like to keep all the crafting stations going.
God, dude, I wish it was easier to get planks. Faster, at least.
Sun fucking hurts.
Okay, that's been the one is amazing.
Traveler's Hood, it takes a lot longer for the sun to actually burn you.
Does it?
Yeah. It's no longer as fast.
That's only a plus 15.
Actually,
I like how small the numbers are in this game so far.
Yeah.
Wow, except for the amount of stone left.
But War is actually pretty easy. Just takes a while to get a bunch. It just like takes a while hitting one tree rather to say to get a bunch.
Easy. It's just
annoying.
600 stone, 1,000 wood.
All right. Didn't sleep at all last night. I got kind of sick, so I'm gonna go try to lay down for at least an hour or two.
All right, I'll keep working on a while. How's?
Oh, I got serving coffins.
Can't stay awake no more. Got catching up on me. But server's up, so that was the main objective.